And over on McLemore's machine. Sends him towards the top bulb, and here we go. Straight and true. How about a 399 at 195 miles per hour? What a stellar pass from the Game Changer here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. It was 106 down low, 273.6 through the middle, and a 399 at 195. Fastest Pro Street entry we have seen yet. McLemore goes through at a great pass as well, 418 at 171 for his 632 Mustang. Out on the left side of the racetrack, the blank slate Mustang, Super Street entry. And Jerry Morgano, the Copperhead Mustang here on the right-hand side. Jerry came in, was our #1 qualifier when we stopped at Darlington just a few short weeks ago, still in eliminations in category. They'll run in just a little while. Aero team over left side have been doing a lot of testing. We're not pleased at all when they left Darlington with the performance out of that blank slate machine. Said they found a whole bunch of problems. Opposite story here on the right-hand side for Morgano. As I said, he was their #1 qualifier and is still in eliminations when we run here in just a little bit. Here we go. Morgano has to pedal and gets out of the gas, goes a 439 at 149. More issues, though, for Kenny Fox. They'll go back and get to work on that Ford Mustang. Right-hand side, driving his Camaro. Connor McGee, left-hand side of the racetrack. The defending world champion in the Super Street. In the front end, up and down. Nick Robinson goes through it, a 494.9 at 150. Good straight pass for him, but Connor had his hands full over in his Ford Mustang. the Bentley Monte Carlo launched okay, then goes right into tire smoke. So not what they were looking for. Coast on down through there. Just a few more of our Super Street machines. Mike Freeman here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. This is the first time we've seen him on tour. Eric Osteen, the left-hand side of the racetrack. Freeman having some issues here on the launch. Gets a refire. Eric Osteen goes through at a 578. On Flow or any of the other streaming platforms that we're broadcasting across this afternoon here from Dorana Motorsports Park, Benson, North Carolina. This is the Redline Oil PDRA Racing Series event testing for the East Coast Nationals, which we'll start qualifying for here a little later on this afternoon. But we also have the completion of the KTR Carolina Nationals coming up in just a little bit. So we'll get through this round of testing, which we're near completion of, and then go into our eliminations from the Carolina Nationals. Austin Vincent backing up in his Ford Mustang, left side of the racetrack, still in competition in the Carolina Nationals, as well as Matt Shallow here on the right-hand side out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. A beautiful Chevrolet Camaro for Canarium Race Engines. He is still in eliminations in Super Street. 7 different cell phones taking video of Matt Shallow's pass here on the right side. So he'll get it from every angle. Austin Vincent going to shut her down early. Coast through at a 470, 139 miles an hour. That thing was on a hit that time. They're pretty similar down low, the 60-foot times, 119 to a 118. But Shallow not liking something. He shuts her down way early. Side of the racetrack, the Musi-powered Camaro for WL Black and Associates. Big Dan Weststein here on the right-hand side out of La Plata, Maryland. The Pro Charge Ford Mustang out of Essex Motorsports. Going to make the trip. 465 with the 6 at 158 miles per hour. He is still in eliminations for the Darlington race. We'll be real happy with those numbers when he gets back to the pit area. 120 down low, 310 through the middle, and a 465. Wetstein's here to play. Side, the Ford Mustang. Charles out of Leesville, South Carolina for CPR Performance. 84 Ford GT Mustang. And Ryan Altman on the left-hand side of the racetrack for Team Greenbrier, the Camaro. Already made a pass in the 632 car. Now he's behind the wheel of the Super Street Camaro. Ryan Altman going to coast through at a 496, 122. Charles going to get a refired cruise on down through. There are one more car, I believe, here in Super Street testing. And we're going to go into E1 for our top junior dragsters from the Carolina Nationals. The continued race. Got a little too chilly when we visited Darlington, South Carolina a couple weeks back. We were unable to complete that event, so one coming up for our Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragsters here after we finish this one out.
We got a 3.5 second tap, 0.
Final car in Super Street testing here in their first shot at the racetrack is Troy Hill out of Amelia, Virginia. The Greens Auto Service 2000 Ford Mustang, 632 cubic inches underneath the hood. See him purging the nitrous system, getting his bottle pressure set where he wants it. Then finally says, nope, I'm good. 122 down low. So they'll go back, make the necessary adjustments, and get that thing tuned up for our next round of testing, which will be just a little bit later on this afternoon. East Coast Nationals, juniors testing for the East Coast Nationals. We'll take you to the staging lanes at this time. Juniors testing for the East Coast Nationals. We'll take you to the staging lanes at this time. It is right around the lunch hour, so if you're getting hungry, stop by the Whole Shot Cafe, located next to the grandstands on the pit side. So this is the opening round of eliminations in the KTR Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet for our Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragsters. And these kids made the field by reaction time. The 16 best reaction times get to race. And our first pair here on the starting line. And on the left-hand side, the Lawn Dart 06 half scale out of Thomastown, Georgia. And Wyatt Piercy here on the right-hand side out of Salisbury, North Carolina. Greenbrier Excavating. Piercy dials in at a 898, 910 for Callie. Wyatt has the better reaction time and a win light. Goes one above, 899 on the 898. A run out for Callie. Goes to it an 897 on the 910. Track out of Midland, North Carolina, the Tough Jug Mike Boss chassis. and Carter Hayes. Out of Max Meadows, Virginia, here on the right-hand side. Carter in full control of this one. It turns on the win light. 12:15 on the 12:07. A run out for Corbin. 9:04 on the 9:05. The East Coast Nationals will take you to the staging lanes. All juniors who paid the test for the East Coast Nationals will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. Jaden Hogan on the right-hand side. Carolina for Hogan Motorsports, Redline Oil, Omer Realty, Crawls Racing, dials in at a 890. And Deegan Kirk on the left-hand side out of Kermit, West Virginia. 12:18. These drivers having very times, but Jaden has the better of the two. To the top end they go. Full breakout. Deegan Kirk, a fourth-generation racer over their left side. Turns on the win light. Out right-hand side for Team Greenbrier, 9:02 the dial, 11:91 for Cooper Calton on the left-hand side. And Cooper in full control. Much better reaction time for Calton. We'll see what happens on the top end. It'll be Cooper. Two above, 11:93 on the 91. O'Brien runs out trying to get there and never catches him. 8:98 on the 9:02. From the Darlington race for Elite Top Dragster and back half. Noah Taylor, Camden Bean, our next pair out. This was pretty close on reaction time. Taylor left side, dials in at a 9:06. Bean on the right side at 9:15. They're looking at each other going down through there. Dual breakout. Noah Taylor is going to turn on the win light, a 9:02 on the 9:06. And this is another one that's close on reaction times, albeit neither of them good, but they're at least close to each other. Top end, the win light's going to go to Mason Dudley on another dual breakout. 8:92 on the 9:02. Aislinn Christian goes through at 8:81 on the 8:92 dial. 9:36 reaction time, 9:35. Side. Competition single. 22 going by the tree. .25. Like I was telling you earlier, this is a continuation from the KTR Carolina Nationals presented by PD Fleet. Some of these drivers not being able to make the trip here to Durana Benson this weekend, so there are some competition singles. Making the jump over to PDRA Pro Junior Dragsters. 790 the index. Gavin Wood, first out on the right-hand side of the racetrack for Purvis Ford, affordable trans, structural, mechanical. And Lily Stedding over on the left-hand side for P2 Contracting. Pro Tree, 790 index is what these kids run on, the older kids. And by a little bit down the top end, win light goes to Gavin Wood as Lily runs too quick. 788.9 on the 790 index. Gavin's a 792 for the win. Virginia left side. Jaden Booker here on the right-hand side out of Chesterfield, Virginia. Only 8 thou separate them on reaction time. Top end, it's going to be Caitlin Page. 791 with a 2. 795 for Jaden Booker. Sophie Cooper out of Charlestown, West Virginia, the Midnight Rider here on the right-hand side. Connor Hayes, left side of the racetrack out of Max Meadows. And Connor is in full control of this. A great reaction time. And a win light. 97 on the 90 index. Sophie runs too quick. 7th out too quick for her. Fury. One on board. Camden Robinson here on the right-hand side. Unfortunately, did not get in time for Greenbrier Excavating. Kylie Varner going to go to the next round. 791 on the 90 index. Racetrack, the Pink Bullet. Jamie's going to have to refire that machine as it has lost fire. And they're going to wave her off. Unfortunately, it looks like they can't get that machine refired. So Carter Jackson going to be on a competition single. Cam Carter airs it out to be 785. Jason Garris out next, left side of the racetrack for Battery Barn. Hunter Roberts out of Four Oaks, North Carolina, here on the right-hand side. For Southern Tide Homes, Robco Residential, Hubble Motorsports. This one should be all Roberts, according to reaction time. See what happens down on the top end. And it's Hunter taking the whole win. 802 on the 790 index. Jason Garris goes through it to 799, but was dead late leaving. Louisville, New York, left side for Weller's Machine, Hoosier Tire, Race Star Wheels, and FTI. And Alyssa Tillman here on the right-hand side for Hubble Motorsports and ATI. And how about a 002 to a 003, and the win light goes to Hollis, who is 11 total. That's getting it done right there. Tillman goes through at a 794. But 11 total for Hollis. Gets it done. Our Darlington race for our PDRA Pro Juniors. It's going to be James Beatty III on the right-hand side for Nix Woods, ATI, Stroud, Computech, and Maxima Racing Oils. And Cameron Boyd left-hand side out of Bunker Hill, West Virginia. For Ameritech Tire and Auto, BG Automotive Products. If you're a junior and you're testing for the East Coast Nationals, you can go ahead and bring it up to the staging lanes. If you're testing for the East Coast Nationals in the junior dragster categories, you can bring it up to the lanes. Cameron goes 004 red. James Beatty goes through at a 787 and on to the next round. Into our ATI Performance Products Top Dragster presented by TBM Brakes. Continuation from the Darlington race. Round number 4 for them. Cody Cooper here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. CMR. Power plant in between the frame rails, and Cody had an interesting path to get here and take out his dad in the opening round of eliminations. He'll be dialed in at a 459. Stephen Boone left-hand side. East Coast Chassis, Sunset Racecraft, and Rogers Automotive dials in at a 428. 3 thou separate them on reaction time. Cody looking to be way out front, and he runs out. Takes 4.5 miles of wind light to go out by 0.8 of a second. Stephen Boone was 0.5 off his dial and is going on to the next round. On the right-hand side, Ali Installations, G-Force Race Cars, Resolution Racing Services, Mike Stewicki Horsepower in between the frame rails, dials in at a 428. At a White Oak Turf Care. He's on a 4:23. How about a 1 to a 9 on reaction times? Top end win light goes to JB. He's 19 total. Lucas is 009 letting go, 4:30 on a 28 and no good. One, letting go of the button, 4:24.8 on the 4:23 and marching on to the next round. Side. 4:26 the dial-in. And JoJo Gary on the left-hand side, 4:35, and this one's going to be all Joe. 38 on the 35 for the dub for American Race Cars, line-to-line coatings, House of Paint Performance. Elite top dragster Josh Duggins, Russ Whitlock going to be our first pair out. Josh on the right-hand side, dials in out of 379, 391 for Russ Whitlock on the left-hand side. Josh Duggins, dead 8, 15 letting go and getting it done. Russ Whitlock is 30 letting go, dead 1. And no good. 008 to margin down at the stripe. Here at Greenbrier Excavating and Paving, elite top dragster. Chaz Silence going to be on a competition single here on the right-hand side. T2 for Top Sportsman Cars, Top Sportsman Testing. Chaz is 007 letting go, 384. And moving on to the final round, elite top dragster. Top Sportsman Testing, T2. For the East Coast Nationals, we'll take you to 5 and 6, please. Top Sportsman Testing, T2 for the East Coast Nationals. We'll take you to 5 and 6, please. testing for the East Coast Nationals. 35 reaction time here on the right-hand side. Gets through at 796, 794 left-hand side. Top Sportsman T2 for the East Coast Nationals will take you to 5 and 6, please. Top Sportsman T2 for the East Coast Nationals will take you to 5 and 6. Knox Schween, right-hand side, won the championship. And Top Juniors moved up to Pro Junior here this season. And Ivy Galley on the left-hand side for 1320 Fab. Ivy a little quick, 789.5, 792.7 for Knox. Here on the right-hand side, 797 for the left side. '93s and even more interesting. They were both 31 going by the Christmas tree. 1,000 separated them in the first 60 feet. 4,000 separated them in the 330. 793, 793.3. Left-hand side, just 5 thou too quick. 791.6 here on the right-hand side. AJ Harvey, left side of the racetrack, next out. One thou too quick, way quick over here on the right hand side, 778. At 81 miles an hour. We have called Top Sportsman T2 for the East Coast Nationals. Top Sportsman T2 for the East Coast Nationals. We need you to 5 and 6, please. We'll take you for T2 for the East Coast Nationals. Top Dragster and Bracket Bash for your second round of time runs, or test runs, I should say. You can bring your machines to the staging lanes at this time. switch over to a few top juniors.
Press that button.
For the East Coast National. Looks like we will be bringing out our top sportsman machines. Miles per hour. With our T2 for our top sportsman machines, Bruce Thrift on the right-hand side at Waycross, Georgia, the Color Me Gone GTO. And Travis Butler on the left-hand side, the Alcoholic 53 Corvette out of Pocosin, Virginia. do a little driving down through their top end. Going to stop the clocks with a 390 at 189 miles an hour. Travis Butler, 437 at 160. Inside of the racetrack. In his Camaro. Split window here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. And again, during testing, we don't have the names in the computer, so you have to bear with me. Norris, he gets out of the loud pedal. .468, .480 for the Corvette, but I do believe Norris put down some fluid on the racing surface. So we will be just a little bit while we clean up this.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see Fuel Tech everywhere.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour pro mods. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
Get your headshots taken so we can help promote you and your brand. same room.
In studio.
In studio, that's what it is.
Yeah.
With Tyler Crossnow, series director for the PDRA. We'd like to welcome in Nate Van Wagenen from Drag Illustrated. Welcome in,
this
Nate.
could be a problem.
No, it's not. Keep going.
Okay. Kyle Chris from Straight Line Media.
Hey, oh.
We may need to do some.
It'll even out. It should. Yep, there you go.
There we go.
Jackson Jr. from JRC Photos.
Possibly.
Maybe.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey.
Look, technology, it works.
Well, welcome in, fellas. This show is a twofer because we have some unfinished business from the KTR Carolina Nationals presented by PD Fleet to complete here at stop number 2, and all that will wrap up tomorrow. Tyler, tell us what led us to this finishing a race.
Finishing a race
having
within
2
a race.
races in 1 week.
Yeah, we got a busy weekend on tap. We kicked off our season at Darlington. Had some weird weather. Went from cool to warm to hot to really cold in the span of about 72 hours, and ran into a lot of on-track issues, had some downtime, and just ended up running out of tools in the toolbox to finish it up on that weekend. So race officials made the decision, since we were in the semifinals of pretty much all of our categories, we were moving the finish of that event here to Durana Motorsports Park here in Benson, North Carolina. So we'll finish that race tomorrow on Thursday during pre-race testing, and then we'll go straight into qualifying for the East Coast Nationals.
And something a little cool about tomorrow's events here with the completion of the Carolina Nationals, it's going to be on a few different streaming networks.
Yeah, pretty cool little phone call I got a couple weeks ago. FloRacing made a bunch of phone calls, pulled some strings and all that stuff, and we're actually going to have our stream free on Amazon Prime, YouTube, Fubo TV, all the networks that do the FloRacing 24/7 channel will be on that tomorrow starting at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So looking forward to that. Something special for us, something new for us as well, and we'll be broadcasted free to anybody that has Amazon Prime, YouTube, anything like that. So if you're watching with us tonight, free on Facebook, tomorrow, get to see the end of the Carolina Nationals, get to see who takes home the first trophies of the year, and we'll get the first round of qualifying for the East Coast Nationals for Top Sportsman and Top Dragster.
Do you want to go through your matchups real quick in the I think I only got 4 sheets.
Yeah, I think we only got our top 4 categories here.
So,
hey, it's fine.
You know, it works. The old back.
A lot of starts.
Yeah, Nate, fill in the blanks, okay?
Okay. Our remaining 4 in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, presented by Jerry Bickle Race Cars. Tyler, what we got?
Pretty cool Final 4 in Pro Nitrous, if I do have to say so. The last 3 class champions are 3 of the 4, and Mike Achenbach is the other. So the Mountain Man's going to be trying to take down the last 3 world champions in category. It'd be Mike and Marcus Butner, last season's world champion, on one side of the ladder, and then Tommy Franklin and Freddie Scriba are on the top side of the ladder. So 4 primetime hitters when it comes to Pro Nitrous. Like we said, those are 3 of the 4. 3 of the 4 of those are the last 3 world champions we've had in category.
And Achenbach came in, Darlington was your number 2 qualifier, so prove he's going to be a heavy hitter in the category this season as well.
Always is. They got a new car over there, I think, this year. Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong there, but I'm pretty sure that's a new car for Mike.
It came out last year at some point, but yeah, it's
not a ton of laps on it for sure.
Right.
Definitely new to PDRA.
Yes, and Brandon Schweitzer and that whole team over there has got it running really well right off the ramp. So definitely going to start the year with a semifinal finish, but I can promise you they want to see 2 win lights tomorrow. Then we'll go into our WS Construction Pro Boost category. Melanie Salemi and Johnny Camp are on the top side of the ladder, and Ty Tutterow and Lyle Barnett were on the bottom side. Lyle made the press release earlier this week or last week, that they're going to be at the Radial Outlaw Series in Steel this weekend. So Ty Tutterow will have a competition bye in the semis, and then Melanie Salemi and Johnny Camp on the other side of the ladder, and
that was your final last year, was it not, Nate? Was that in the spring? Yeah.
Yeah, the final at the East Coast Nationals last year. I think it was the final at the East Coast Nationals a couple of years ago as well. So those 2 have squared off in the labor period.
Camp comes into that with lane choice off of the world record elapsed time run that was backed up. So camp comes into round 3 of that event with a backup to a national record and a national record ET run in the 2 rounds that were run at Darlington. So big matchup right there. That'll be interesting to see. Then Pro Street, 4 heavy hitters again, 2 nitrous cars, a small block turbo car, and a Pro Charger car. With Jerry Morgano being the twin turbo car, shows off against Blake Denton, and then Joel Winsley Jr. with a centrifugal car will race Fletcher Cox in the training day 69 Camaro. And then Pro 632, James Beatty the third, or James Beatty the second. James Beatty the third driving 632. I screwed that up. James Beatty Jr. and Jeff Melnick will be a primetime matchup, in my opinion. And Jeff Pittman had the ladder by on that side of the sheet. So
help us out with some Super Street, Nate, because that's the one sheet I seem to be missing.
I think it's Connor McGee and Austin Vincent and Matt Shallow and Dan Whiteside.
That's correct.
Yes.
Point.
Good job.
Good job, Nate.
Yeah.
Sorry, buddy.
Glad I definitely had the ladder ready to go for that. So good.
Hey, give me a break.
All right, so all that started down at Darlington Dragway, and we'll finish here at Galat, leads us to the Summit Racing Equipment East Coast Nationals presented by Fuel Tech. Before we get started talking about drivers and things to keep an eye on, let's go ahead and address the day the internet burnt to the ground. The day of the Pro Boost rule change. Plenty of drivers had voiced their opinion on social media, but Tyler, tell us what the mindset was in the decision to make this rule change.
Thanks, Scotty. No.
Everybody wants to know.
Hey, I mean, look, it's a hot topic. That's what everybody has been talking about right now in Pro Mod. Look, at the end of the day, for all racing organizations, parity is number one. To do that, you have to make changes. There's technological advancements at all times on the manufacturing side. Products are getting better, whatever it may be. Teams are refining their programs. They're making their stuff better. So as that advancement happens, the rules that are in place may fall out of place. We all kind of felt that we needed to make a move. Some people liked it. Some people didn't. More of the ones that didn't. Yeah, but we talk about people being on hot seats a lot of times, and you know, that day the rules makers were on a hot seat. But we've seen last weekend with the ITRA race, they made kind of close to the same move. It's all good parity. I mean, it was close racing. It was up in Virginia, good racing surface, so that kept everything good there. So we kind of got a little bit of a preview on it on the PDRA side because we saw what happened with the ITRA side last weekend up at Virginia. So it'll be interesting to see how everything plays this weekend. The fun part so far for us has been all we've heard is the centrifugal guys saying, oh, when it gets hot, we're going to see, you know, that's the telltale sign. But in the past, the centrifugal combination has always kind of prevailed in the heat. So for me, I enjoy it. I got to hug it out with my best friend Jay earlier. I mean, not really. He really almost thought he was going to swing a baseball bat at me. But no, it's all fine. But yeah, it's part of the game. I mean, we all know that whenever you jump into a heads-up ring, you jump into these kind of programs. There are changes. Look, it's the nature of the beast in heads-up racing. Because if you don't change anything, you either run away everybody else that doesn't have a combo that's out front, and that's not what you want, or you run out of cars and you have nowhere to race and you don't have a show to put on for the fans. So those changes are necessary. Are they the end all be all? That's it. We're done and over with? No, probably not. Weight is not always the answer for everything. But we were in a really tough predicament on our side because we really couldn't go make a big wholesale change. First off, you've got another race in 3 weeks coming off of the race that you had. So really you had 2.5 weeks from the time of the rule change to today, and we have to finish a race. So you really can't get too aggressive because, or tell somebody, hey, you have to make a wholesale change in your combination. Well, we want you to finish the race on Thursday, and by the time Friday comes around, you need to have that change made. So really couldn't come out and say, hey, this is a move you have to make. Our tech team's going to be working hard all weekend, gathering more data, gathering a couple of other keynotes that we need to know. And the goal is to continue to make things as close as they can be between as many combinations as possible.
And that may result in a few more tweaks throughout the season?
Could. I think it's a ever-changing cycle. Let's be honest.
It evolves.
It evolves.
As technology evolves.
And everybody always kind of wants to play the card of, well, this combination is going to be better in the heat. This one's going to be better in the cold and that kind of stuff. And, you know, we all pay attention to all the races that go on. But at the same time, it's hard for a PDRA to make a rule change based off of anywhere else because your racetracks are different, your altitudes are different, your racetrack prep is different. So you're using that data, you're gaining all of that based off of the other races, but it's hard to say, hey, we're going to make a change based off somebody else.
Right.
You have to have that in-house on your own program. So it'll be good to gather a lot of data this weekend. We have a lot of good race cars on property with all of the combinations. So it'll be good for not only the racers, it'll be good for our tech team, it'll be good for the racers, it'll be good for the fans. So we'll come out of this one. We got a month until we go to Virginia on Memorial Day weekend in May. So there may be more changes. Tyler may be headed more on the internet. Stay tuned.
So before we get into doing our hot picks for each category, I have a fun fact for this event. When the PDRA started the 2025 season here, out of the 6 professional categories, the number 1 qualifier, and 4 of those parked it in the Fuel Tech Winner's Circle on Saturday evening. Something else to keep in mind, because you said heat about 400 times already. It was hot here when we started the season last year, much like it's supposed to be this weekend. So I think that's going to come into play in some of my categories. We're going to talk about some heat again. But I feel like this weekend will mimic almost how we started the season last year.
It will. I will say from like a racetrack prep side, you take a completely different direction of your week of track prep when it's going to be the high 80s, low 90s degree forecast than the one that we had at Darlington, where it was cooler and you have to be more aggressive on product and stuff like that. So I will say we Jimmy and Josh and the team have been busting tail starting last night and all day today, full 8th mile track.
Has picked up dramatically. Thankfully, Gary Pitts is over there holding down one of the signs because it would blow away if he wasn't. Thank you, Gary Pitts. We appreciate you. First out, left-hand side of the racetrack. Pro Charge Pontiac. Win for these guys now. More than a bit, a lot. Zach Hauser. Teddy Hauser Race Cars Pontiac, left side, going to be on a single here in testing. Right down Broadway. 394 at 190 miles an hour. World champion left-hand side. Mark Reese, Dinwiddie, Virginia, car-powered machine. And Ronnie Proctor here on the right-hand side. Ronnie, a multi-time world champion across many different platforms. over the offseason to a Pro Charger here on the right-hand side. Made his first 3-second pass last weekend. So trying to get onto the elite side of things is Ronnie Proctor here on the right-hand side. Mark Reese, a back half top sportsman runner. Score 432, 425 for Mark Reese left side. Tiff on the right-hand side, the Schween Motorsports Corvette with the Fulton power plant. And Nick Maloney, left-hand side, that beautiful 69 Camaro. Brown line construction pit. Tiff goes all the way through 386 at 194 miles an hour. Goes right into tire shake and has to abort mission. Next out, left-hand side for Big Stuff Total Performance Management, Total Power Management. Sonny's power plant in between the frame rails. Past world champion and back half top sportsman. check. 65 miles an hour. Two elite players backing up from their burnout. James, the pimpin' and limpin' Chevrolet Camaro left-hand side for PD Fleet with the Fulton Power Plant, LAT Racing Oils on board. And Glenn Butcher here on the right at the Dole Square. Albert powered 69 Camaro, past world champion in the elite category. In the pit area, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street semifinals from Darlington will take you to the staging lanes, please. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street semifinals from the Darlington race. We will take you to the staging lanes at this time, please. So two elite runners. Butcher here on the right-hand side, Fowler on the left. At about the same time. Abort mission. Fowler was 11 letting go, 990 low. 37 letting go for Butcher here on the right-hand side, 994. David Whedon here on the right-hand side, a good-looking Oldsmobile. Dane Wood doing whatever Samantha Whedon tells him to out there on the headset. Garrison over on the left-hand side, Trey. And he's powered Duster. Eden 007 letting go. Goes through at a 465, 150. Trey Garrison sound like he had some issues over there in the Duster. Go flat at 123. Lindsey Coleman next out, left-hand side of the racetrack. Greg Kimball, right-hand side. Finney Builders, Par Racing Engines, Butler Built, and Tony Wilson Hauling, all on board Kimball's machine inside. Kimball still in the Darlington race, so he'll have to do a quick turnaround. Wanted to come out here and get a test run in for the East Coast Nationals here this weekend at Dorana Motorsports. .379 for Kimball at 196 miles. 46. Steve Furr had a rough weekend at Darlington. The dragster here on the right-hand side. Catastrophic failure of some sort, whether it's rear end or transmission, not sure which. Had some top sports machine as well. He'll be back for the top dragster in the Darlington race in just a little bit. And Mark Payne over on the left-hand side for House of Payne in the Slim Shady machine. Twin turbocharged LS platform. .92 at 190 for Steve Furr, chattering the tires when he left, and a 4:30.64 for Payne. Pretty violent for Steve Furr. But he threw it. Brian out left-hand side of the racetrack. Beal Racing engines. .437.9 for Brian Mullison, 4:44 over here on the right-hand side. Troy Cooper, left-hand side. Brian Anderson here on the right. Brian came up earlier this morning, tried to make a pass and had some mechanical failures, so had to go back to the pit, fix that machine up. Race Tech, power plant in between the front. One of our elite runners has 378 on the dial and Anderson with a 393. Defending back half top dragster world champion Clayton Roberts here on the right-hand side. Tony Caricia, left-hand side of the racetrack. .427 to a 4:58. By the way, Clayton Roberts was trip zip letting go right there. That's what world champions do. Bobby V in the midnight sun here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. These guys are getting after it. 001 to a 003 here in testing. 413 to a 436. Kenny Young next out on the left side of the racetrack. KMC Racing dragster, and Danielle Gonzalez here on the right-hand side. Danielle letting go 002 red, 383.7. 14 reaction time for Kenny Young at a 439. Sammy Helms, the left side of the racetrack for CMF. And Troy Wonderboy Williams here on the right-hand side out of Warrington, Virginia for Nesbitt Performance Engines, House of Pain, and Hoosier Racing Tire. Troy goes a 432.5. 160 miles per hour for Sammy Helms on the left-hand side. Priestman next, right-hand side. CNC Chemical, Par Racing Engines, Sam and Dave's Auto Sales. Pro Charger, line-to-line coatings. .393 with a 9 at 1. Priestman, 467 at 147 left side. Ava Maloney, left-hand side, and Ashley Franklin for Redline Oil, Franklin Electric, Pat UC Racing, right-hand side. Ashley, let's go, 003, 449. Ava, let's go, 009, 439. So 449, 439 with some double O's here in testing. Big Brown here on the right-hand side in the red rum machine, and Max Butcher on the left-hand side. Brown, let's go, 009, 448. Max is 38, letting go, 445. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street from the Darlington race. You should be in the staging lanes or very close to them. Nitrous, Boost, and Street from the Darlington race. For your next round of eliminations, we need you to the staging lanes. Alan O'Brien, the Greenbrier Excavating and Paving Machine. Here on the right-hand side, the quad turboed AMC powered hot rod. Over close to the center line and lets out of it. Smart decision. 415 coasting through at 139. .412 at 154. Pro classes from the Darlington race will take you to the staging lanes. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, Pro Street, 632, and Super Street will take you all to the staging lanes for the continuation of the Darlington race. here we go with the continuation of the KTR Carolina Nationals presented by PD Fleet. Abby McCafferty, left-hand side out of Waynesboro, Georgia, dials in out of 9 flat. And Cooper Coughlin here on the right-hand side out of Lancaster, South Carolina, dials in at 1192. Abby goes red, so Cooper Coughlin's going to go to the next round. 12:08 on the 1192. 9:10 on the 9 flat for Abby. Wyatt Piercy out of Salisbury, North Carolina, left-hand side for Greenbrier Excavating. Weaver's Trans, Hickory Enclosed Trailers, and KT Investments dials in at 899. And Carter Hayes here on the right-hand side out of Max Meadows, Virginia. Win light goes to Carter Hayes. 12:28 on the 12:14. Wyatt a little bit tardy, leaving the starting line. Goes a 9:03 on a 899. Left-hand side out of Elizabethtown, North Carolina, dials in out of 9 flat, and Mason Dudley here on the right-hand side out of Owings, Maryland. Cook Trucks, Blackwater Contracting, and Hubble Motorsports helping out Dudley. 890 the dial for Dudley, 9 flat for Taylor. To the top end they go. Win light goes Taylor's way. 907 on the 9 flat, 897 on the 890 for Mason Dudley. Connor Boyd left side, 932. Deegan Kirk on the right-hand side, 1214. Win light goes to Connor Boyd, 946 on the 932. Deegan goes through at a 1223 on the 1214 dial. That was our final pair of Classic Graphics Top Juniors. Now we're going to make the jump into PDRA Pro Junior Dragsters. 790 the index, Pro Tree for these kids. first pair of PDRA Pro Juniors. Ashton Hollis, left-hand side, out of Williamsville, New York, for Hoosier Tire, Race Star Wheels, and FTI Farm Team. Caitlin Page here on the right-hand side, out of Forest, Virginia. Caitlin with the reaction time advantage. To the top end they go. Win light, though, is going to shine for Hollis. 794 on the 90. Caitlin Page, 799 on the 790 index. Gavin Wood and Connor Hayes going to be our next pair. Wood here on the right-hand side, out of Chesapeake, Virginia, for Affordable Trans. And he goes 37 red. Connor Hayes going to move on to the next round of eliminations. 795.5, identical ETs on both drivers, but a red light start will end Gavin Wood's Carolina Nationals run. Carter Jackson, left-hand side for RCI Builders, Redline Oil, Daytona 1, and James River Nurseries. James Beatty III on the right-hand side out of Baltimore, Maryland for ATI Performance Products. Nick Woods Racing Engines, Stroud Safety, and Computech. 4 now separate them on reaction time to the top end. It's going to go to James Beatty, 794 with the 3. 797, losing effort for Carter Jackson. Looks like our final pair in Kylie Varner, left-hand side out of Hampton, Virginia for Power Electric, Century 21. And Hunter Roberts here on the right-hand side for Southern Tide Homes, Romco Residential, and Hubble Motorsports. Top end they go. Win light's going to shine for Kylie Varner. 803 on the 790 index. Hunter Roberts goes through at an 804. Next out on the racing surface will be our pros. The continuation of the KTR Carolina Nationals presented by PD Fleet. Semi-final rounds will be the next out. So a little quick broom and groom on the racing surface. Get it where we want it for our pros. We'll be back up and running.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour pro mods. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
Good afternoon from Galat Motorsports Park. I'm Kayla with FloRacing, and today you get a bonus if you are tuning in. We had a last race in Darlington, and unfortunately, the weather conditions made the track unsafe. It got a little too cold, and we were not able to finish the race there. So today, on a Thursday, we have the semifinals for Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost right here in the lanes behind me, and you get to watch that unfold. Let's go over what drivers we have left, starting with Pro Nitrous. On the top of the ladder, the boss man himself, Tommy Franklin, is going to go up against Scriba, two very seasoned racers in the Pro Nitrous category. And on the other side, Achenbach has his hands full with Marcus Butner, who, if you ask me, is going to take this whole thing here at Galat if he can get down in the heat of the day. In the Pro Boost category, Melanie Salimi on the top of the ladder faces off with Johnny Camp. He is your current PDRA record holder. We'll see if he can back it up, but conditions are definitely not the same as they were in Darlington. And on the other side of the ladder, Ty Tutterow already has a little luck on his side. He must have a rabbit's foot because he will get a bye run. Lyle Barnett is in Alabama racing the Radial Outlaw Series, so Ty Tutterow will have a solo and making his way into the final from Darlington, PDRA race number 1. It's a beautiful day. The sun is out. The weather is cooperating. It's supposed to do that all weekend long. So thank you for tuning in, and you're welcome for bringing you semis and finals in the pro categories.
Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, presented by Jerry Bickle Race Cars, is pulling into the water box. This is the continuation of the KTR Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet. Important event down at Darlington, South Carolina, a few short weeks ago. And it is semifinal time for Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, presented by Jerry Bickle Race Cars. Well, I'd like to welcome in my buddy. He's been absent most of the morning, but hopefully he'll liven me up because I got a text from TL Demolition telling me I wasn't very entertaining this morning.
Bro, I've been away from you, and I know you have separation anxiety every now and then,
Yeah.
but now we're going to talk some Pro Nitrous. We're going to talk eliminations from the Carolina Nationals. So our pro categories will pick up where they left off just a couple of weeks ago, and our first pair to come out, Mike Achenbach and Marcus Butner.
Yeah, Butner here on the right-hand side. Hometown race now for him as he's local to this area. The Butner Construction Redline Oil Musi-powered Heartbreaker Camaro here on the right-hand side. PST Technologies, Race Star wheels on board his hot rod. And Mike Achenbach there on the left-hand side was kind of absent in PDRA competition, came back, told us he's running the full season this year. He's got a Fulton power plant, MJA Installations, and Schweitzer Dynamics on board the hot sister 2020 Camaro.
A little bit of Pat Busey versus Gene Fulton right here in the semifinals of Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, presented by Jerry Bickle Race Cars. Right here in the middle of a bright and sunny Thursday afternoon here in Benson, North Carolina. This race started a couple of weeks ago down in Hartsville, South Carolina, and now we're going to finish it up right here on a little bit of a warm but absolutely drop-dead gorgeous Thursday here in North Carolina. Jay Cox gives the Heartbreaker a smack on the hood behind the car. A final round berth is on the line. Mike Achenbach, Marcus Butner, your first of two. Going to see who takes the first shot to a final round. Butner makes the first move, Achenbach second to stage. Achenbach, reaction time advantage. Marcus Butner needs horsepower, and he doesn't have enough of it. Mike Achenbach to a final round. Whole shot win, 373, beats a quicker but losing 372.4. Mike Achenbach got it done on the starting line. 048 was four full numbers better than Marcus Butner's 089. So Mike Achenbach and Team Schweitzer Dynamics go back to a final round here in Pro Nitrous.
And fun fact, when we did PDRA Live last night, we talked about 3 past world and defending champions were your final 4 in Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Well, Mike Achenbach is trying to ruin that party.
You're exactly right. I told you all week and all coming into this deal, the Mountain Man came back to PDRA with one thing on his mind, and it's knocking all these people out of the way. Well, he just took your reigning world champ and shoved him aside.
Yes, sir. Our next pair already completing their burnouts. Backing up here on the right-hand side, Freddie Scriba, the Sorcerer. Chevrolet Camaro for Scriba Welding. Robert Hayes built that machine. It's got Musi horsepower underneath the hood. And on the left hand, who we got, Ty?
Got Tommy Franklin, the number 2 in the season for the OG Jungle Rat. Got parked and passed down to Amber Denton. Now, Tommy's got version number 3. It's the, I don't know what you would call this one. It's a little darker. I like it.
For sure, but I like it.
I like it. A couple of Pat Busey hot rods going to sit side of each other. They just saw Mike Achenbach go 373.7. If you want lane choice in the final round, you got to go quicker than that. 2 guys that know how to get it done. 2 people that have been up and down this racetrack a number of times for a lot of years. Freddie Scriba, your 2024 world champion, and Tommy Franklin, your 2023 world champion.
Sounds good.
It's either that or it's
I
backwards.
think he's a three-time world champion, so, I mean, he's been there.
Doesn't matter now. They all want a berth in the final. Mike Achenbach's waiting on you. 269 Camaros, 2 Pat Busey Mills in between the frame rails. Tommy Franklin, Freddie Scriba. Who wants him? 3 thou separate them. Franklin's into tire shake, and Freddie Scriba's off to a final round. 377, 201 miles per hour as Freddie Scriba was 013 leaving the starting line, and Tommy Franklin was only 0.03 of a second behind at 016. Both drivers were up on the wheel and ready to go. Franklin was quicker to 60 foot, but as you watch it back on FloRacing, you see those big Hoosier slicks go into tire shake, and Freddie Scriba smooth and true off to a final round where Mike Achenbach will have lane choice.
And we talked about the heat, Tyler, and that is definitely play into this. This is, you know, it was warm down there in testing and qualifying at Darlington, but then cooled down. Here we are. Is going to be something that all these tuners and drivers are going to have to deal with.
Pretty good deal right there to see 3 out of the 4 make it down the racetrack. Is, like you said, we haven't seen hot conditions like this yet. Now we move into WS Construction Pro Boost as Lyle Barnett not going to make the call as he had a prior commitment here this weekend. As Ty Tutterow will roll the brand new Justin Smith Quick Fuel Chevrolet Camaro on the Stevenson Hendrick right-hand side of the racetrack here at Durana Motorsports Park. Ty Tutterow, your defending world champion, said, that other car was okay, but let's go get a new one. The Larry Jeffers Race Cars built 68 model Chevrolet Camaro. Sitting on the right-hand side, we'll get a solo shot into the final round. You got to think you're coming up here to go down the racetrack. You know the final's going to be in the heat. If everything goes smooth, somewhere around 2 hours from now. But how much does lane choice matter to you?
And I tell you, I believe earlier when Ty came up to make his test run, he did not get down, if I remember correctly.
I think he did, but I think he had to drive it a little bit. So let's see what Team WYO did changes-wise right here. Not enough.
Nope.
Ty Tutterow into tire shake will coast down to a 487 forward, 101 miles per hour. So Scotty, we've talked about it most of the weekend before we went live on FloRacing, but now we're live. For people that aren't here, it's quite warm.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. It says 89 degrees on my cell phone right now.
Yep, it is a mid-April Thursday, and for mid-April in North Carolina, it's quite spicy.
Yeah. And there's also a headwind, which I don't think that has much to do with it. I don't feel like that's doing any cooling at all. Somebody said they were outside earlier, and it was a hot breeze.
Yes.
So I guess we'll see. I'm sure the UV is up on the racing surface. And like I spoke on before you got back over here, Darlington, it was warm. Wasn't this hot, but it was warm in testing, and then it cooled down for eliminations. But these are definitely the hottest conditions they've seen all season.
These are the hottest conditions they've seen since last summer. Even in the winter series, it never got really, really hot down in Florida. So these teams are all jumping in their bag of tricks and saying, hey, we got to go and figure out what we know, but we got to get back to that data. And here's 2 drivers that have a lot of data at this racetrack, Johnny Camp and Melanie Salemi.
And on the left-hand side, that's Camp, the Hells Bells Chevrolet Camaro for NGK Spark Plugs, Tapman Electric, Proline, and Tyler, Melanie Salemi on the right-hand side. I mean, I feel like this particular pair, we've not only seen this episode before, but it's been in the final round so many times against each other.
At this racetrack.
At this racetrack in particular.
I remember correctly, out of the seasons, we've made 4 stops here at this racetrack, and I think this has been your final round twice.
Yeah.
So now these 2 face off in the semis of the Carolina Nationals for a berth to the finals, and they'll sit along Ty Tutterow.
I kind of wish we had our stat man and Nate Van Wagenen here, because I feel like if you're a betting person, the edge has to go here on the right-hand side with Melanie Salemi. She has had a ton of success here at Galot Motorsports Park.
She has, but you're sitting beside one car that has been absolutely extremely tough for a lot of years. Brandon Stroud, young gun crew chief, has absolutely paid his dues and earned his way to one of the best in the business behind a laptop. He sits beside John and Jim Salemi, Team Resolution Racing Services, G-Force Race Cars, and Melanie Salemi behind the wheel. See the car chiefs step out to the front of the race cars. They're going to bring their drivers within a couple of inches of the pre-stage bulbs. So the top bulbs you'll see illuminate on the Christmas tree, as these two drivers will be just 7 inches away from a stage beam. And once those ambers illuminate on the tree, who gets to the finish line first to go to a final round here on Thursday? Johnny Camp, Melanie Salemi. Who wants to show down with Ty Tutterow in the first final round of 2026? 6th thou separate them. Salemi into tire shake and Johnny Camp to the top end with a monster 364.2, 205 miles per hour run. And you hear that? That's the Hell's Bells all the way to a final. Johnny Camp will have lane choice against Ty Tutterow when they come back for the final of WS Construction Pro Boost.
Look at those reaction times, Tyler. Melanie was 007. I think Nate came up with the stat on the show last night that her average reaction time the last time we were here was a 15.
She's living up to it.
Yes, sir. But unfortunately, as you said, went into tire shake. Johnny Camp, no slouch. 13 letting go, 926 down low, and 244 through the middle. Good run for the flat hood.
Exactly. Johnny Camp and that team, they've made a lot of good laps with that car over a number of seasons. It's been in and out of, they've stayed with the same combination, but they've had some run-ins, and it's ended up in a chassis shop, and it comes back out, and now it continues to see that car running well. And speaking of, we'll talk about it a little bit here. We got just a slight cleanup out on the racetrack, I think. But, you know, we're running this race under the original season rules.
Right.
Because we started the event a couple of weeks ago. You know, the internet knows all about the rule change because everybody talked about it all for a couple of days after it. So this race in Pro Boost is being run under the rule set that the Darlington race started on. The changes for the category will are already into effect with a lot of teams that are testing, but they'll go into effect officially tomorrow whenever we start Pro Boost qualifying.
Yeah, and I mean, from what we've seen already, if anything, it has, I'm looking for the right word and I can't find it, but leveled the field is what I'll say. There doesn't seem to be a clear-cut advantage over a flat hood or not, or anything like that, where they were kind of dominating a little bit and putting up huge numbers before. But it seems to have leveled the playing field, in my opinion.
We're going to see. Well, we've seen a couple of races that have made similar changes, and now all the eyes turn to the Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series this weekend. So it will be interesting to see how it plays out. It's funny because, like, we've heard from some people, hey, it's when it gets hot, we're really going to see a difference, and it's too much or it's not, whatever it may be. So it's interesting to see how the weekend plays out. Regular top sportsman and regular top dragster, we need you to the lanes for your semifinals. Regular top sportsman and regular top dragster, we need you to the lanes for your semifinals of the Carolina Nationals.
Mike Achenbach, you cut your sleeves off and the tree down. You won yourself on a hole shot and made your way into the finals for race number 1.
Yeah, I was just trying to be a little better on the tree, but I mean, we're doing the best we can without Brandon here. He's with Mohall in Alabama, so I mean, we're trying to give him all the information to go off of, just put his tune up in it and do the best we can. And that's about it.
I think you did pretty good on the try.
Yeah.
Congratulations on the final appearance.
Not too bad. We'll see what happens in the final.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
So the engine's fired to life here in Liberty's Gears Pro Street, presented by KTR. It's going to be Fletcher Cox on the left-hand side of the racetrack. The training day Camaro for DeSomer Race Engines. Phil Schuler, the crew chief, sits on the headset and will back Fletcher up into his tire tracks. And on the right-hand side, who we got, Ty?
Joel, here, the Dearborn, Michigan-based 2014 Chevrolet Camaro, tuned by Patrick Barnhill at PTP Racing. Liberty's Gears Hot Rod. It's a centrifugal supercharger on board for this one, so it's a nitrous versus centrifugal matchup here in the first pair of Liberty's Gears Pro Street, presented by KTR Drag Racing. So you get a close-up shot of the big man. Fletcher Cox's training day Chevrolet Camaro sits on the left-hand side of the racetrack as you watch at home on FloRacing. Rally Sport 69 Camaro. You've seen all over the internet. Fletcher's new Pro Boost car is complete, going to the dyno soon, and then probably going to get on the racetrack shortly. So the big man try his luck in Pro Mod.
Yeah, welcome to the Shark Tank. Not that this isn't, you know, but
this one's still pretty sharky.
Yeah.
A berth to the final round. 2 nitrous cars, a small block turbo car, and a centrifugal car. You got 4. Now, after these 2 pair of cars, there's only 2 remaining. Fletcher Cox and Joel Winsley Jr., who's going to be your first to punch their ticket to a final round here on Thursday. Thou separate them. Fletcher Cox wheels in the air, sits them down, and a wind light is on. 4:02, 185 hour. Fletcher was 0:39 letting go and late. Joel Winsley Jr. 0:28 and drove into tire shake nearly immediately. And that 69 tuned by Phil Schuler picked the front wheels in the air, scuffed a little bit of wheelie bar chalk off of it when the wheelie bars made contact, and Fletcher Cox gets the parachutes out right on time as that Camaro goes 4:020, 185 miles per hour, and absolute a picture-perfect run for a 33-10-5 car right here in the heat.
And you know, people may say, man, why do you guys talk so much about the crew chiefs? And it's exactly that. You talk about it often when we're up here. When it gets hot like it is today, you need to get that crankshaft up in the air, and that's exactly what you just saw, Fletcher Cox.
Yeah, that was nearly a perfect run right there. These 2 cars right here, you got another nitrous car sitting on the left-hand side, and that's Blake Denton. The car looks familiar to you. You've seen it before. This car used to be driven by the late, great Lizzie Musey. Everything about the car is still the same.
Yeah.
Stickers are the same. The famous Lizzie lights are the same. Everything that Lizzie made great about the car, the Franklin family and the Musey family has partnered together to continue Lizzie's legacy. But there's one person that really doesn't care about that car on the left-hand side right now, and that's Jerry Morgano. Morgano on the right-hand side comes in your #1 qualifier. Was absolutely impressive down at Darlington Dragway. But right now, we've talked about it down the racetrack when it's hot. Turbo cars sometimes struggle because they have so much horsepower that they're bringing on out the racetrack. But when it's hot like this, we all talk about track temperature. Well, we're talking about track temperature that's on the starting line. Well, usually, if it is something along the lines of 120 degrees at the starting line, down track's 130, 135. There's 10 to 15 degrees difference down the racetrack because you have more UV.
There's something going on over on Blake Denton's side of the racetrack. Our starter, Kyle Lang, has shut him off.
Kyle has cut off Blake Denton. I do not know if something is leaking Out of the Blake Denton car, Jerry Morgano. Going to have a competition broke single to a final round. Morgano gets it down the racetrack, goes 4:07, 203 miles per hour. Will come back for a final against Fletcher Cox. Fletcher will have lane choice. So Jerry Morgano and Fletcher Cox will show down as Blake Denton gets pushed off the racetrack as officials saw something leaking out of that race car, and I'm not sure what it was.
Freddie Scriba, it's nice to see you. I haven't seen you since Darlington, and you came out here and made a statement in the semifinal in some pretty tough track conditions.
Yeah, the track was pretty hot. It was like 120, I think, or a little bit hotter, but just trying to get down. Lost a little mile an hour, go back and figure out what happened, but made A to B run, and we'll go back and see what we got to do and make it run a little faster next round.
Sometimes that's all it takes, right? And congratulations on your finals appearance.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ty Totoro, you had a bye into the finals, and it looks like you needed every bit of it.
Yeah, we went out there and we didn't have anybody in the other lane, so really trying to see where we can be at in the heat. Went out there and shook. We didn't really get the front end up like we needed to, but overall it felt a little bit better early. We'll see what the data says, but now we know where we need to be at in the heat.
So just back her down and win a final. No big deal, right?
That's the plan, but none of them are easy.
Thank you. Johnny Cam, the baddest Pro Boost racer on the property because you are the official record holder.
Yeah, I believe that record stuck from the last race. We're happy to go another round against a tough competitor, as always. Melanie Salemi's as good as it gets. Glad to have the Pro Charger, Pro Line, NGK Spark Plug Camaro. Another round. One more. We got one more to go.
You know we're always going to plug Pro Charger over here, right?
Right, Pro Charger.
100%. Okay, I have one more question for you. You're going to the final from Darlington. After this race, you have to add a little lead. Is it in there? Is it not?
It's a little heavy now. I think we were 30 when we crossed the scales. It's not that big a deal. We'll overcome that.
Not that big of a deal. I love it. Thank you, Johnny.
Be all right.
Our next category out on the racing surface. Jeff Pittman earned himself a bye run to the final round per the ladder. Jeff out of Conover, North Carolina for Hickory Enclosed Trailer Sales, a 68 Chevelle. Greenbrier Paving and Excavating, Barry Allen Race Engines. And Jeff caught us a little off guard at Darlington when he laid down a 409. We weren't expecting that much of a killer run, and he definitely laid it down while we were there. So we spoke on it on PDRA Live last night about the performance gains a lot of these teams have found over the winter here in Pro 632. Jeff, part of that impressive Greenbrier excavating team. So got a free shot at the racetrack and a trip to the final round ahead of him.
Could be. It could be an all Greenbrier final.
It could.
Sorry, they were talking in my ear, and it was
That's
like,
okay,
oh,
buddy.
I was using words, but that got weird. Pittman shuts it down at the 330, shoots out, and goes 452.2 at 115 miles per hour.
Notice that 60-foot time of 9:88. 60-foot time for the Chevelle on the heat.
Yeah, and we talk about this class being limited to 632 cubic inches. They're also limited to a single 36 jet for the nitrous side of it. So really, you have to get these cars moving early in the run. So to see those big numbers, you have to have a good 60-foot, and it has to run early on the racetrack, because if not, you're not going to gain any horsepower going down the racetrack at all.
Spoke on, Tyler. The opportunity for an all-green Briar final round in 632 lies in the fate of Jeff Melnick, your defending world champion here on the right-hand side in the Camaro. But J.C. Beatty stands in his way, left-hand side of the racetrack, the ATI Performance Product Chevrolet Camaro, and he has shown some much improved progress over last season. I think he also went a 409 while we were down at Darlington. So Melnick knows he's going to have his hands full if he wants to make it an all-green Briar final. J.C. Beatty in that ATI Performance Products race-to-win Camaro, standing in his way. With the reaction time advantage at the top end, win light's going to go to Beatty. Look at that. 17.9 at 170 miles an hour. Drove around Jeff Melnick.
Beatty went 417 in testing earlier, and it's kind of warmed up since then. I really didn't expect it again. The ATI Performance Products 2018 model Chevrolet Camaro drives around your defending world champion and slams the door on a potential double up for Jeff Melnick.
Top sportsman, elite top sportsman from the Darlington race. We need you. Joe Robachek, we need you. And both junior classes for Darlington eliminations, we need you. Both junior classes for Darlington eliminations, we need you. Joe Robachek, we need you. An elite top sportsman from the Darlington race, we need you. So Tyler, now we're going to make the jump over to Super Street, 1320 Fab. Super Street presented by Bryan's Heating and Cooling. This class has my eye this weekend because of the power management and the tiny tires. Matt Shallow in the War Pig over on the left-hand side. And Dan Wettstein, the Essex Motorsports prepared. Ford Mustang here on the right for Pro Charger. Two very different power adders. Centrifugal supercharger for the Mustang. Nitrous Ford Shallow in the War Pig. Which tuner gets it right here? Shallow in trouble. This is going to be all Wetstein. It gets a little close to the center line, but brings it back and will turn on the wind light. 4:74.9. Shallow had him on reaction time. Was 30 letting go. Wetstein, 43. Dan Wetstein going to the final round here in the KTR Carolina Nationals presented by PD Fleet.
Man, look at that little 28 tire shake on the instant
Yeah.
replay. Holy smokes. That is wild. That did not feel fun for Matt Shallow inside that 69 model Camaro. And Big Dan, a past world champion in category, shows why with that red velvet Ford Mustang. And now the battle of the young guns, number 1 and number 2 in the world from last season. It's Connor McGee and Austin Vincent.
McGee on the right-hand side, the Fulton-powered Ford Mustang for Brian's Heating and Cooling. And as Tyler said, he was your defending world champion last season in the category. And Austin Vincent on the left-hand side of the racetrack for Vincent Performance. They made some wholesale changes to their combination over the winter. Still on nitrous and everything, but I believe they went to Fuel Tech and EFI, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say Austin picked up his very first win ever in PDRA competition here at Dorana Motorsports Park, Benson, North Carolina. Let's see, a battle of the young guns. Reaction time advantage goes to Vincent side by side. They go to the top end. Wind light shines for Connor McGee. 462 with the 6 at 158 miles an hour. 468 with the 9 at 151 for Austin Vincent.
Connor got it all in the first 60 feet of the racetrack. Almost 6 numbers better for Connor McGee than Austin Vincent. And the Pelion, South Carolina Ford Mustang shows why it has a #1 sticker on the window from last season. Connor McGee, your defending world champion, to a final round here at Dorana Motorsports Park.
Excavating and paving elite top dragster, Gray Kimball out of Concord, North Carolina, the Finney Builders. Tony Wilson hauling, powered machine, left side of the miles in out of 380. And Josh Duggins here on the right-hand side for Par Racing Engines. C&C Chemical, 379 the dial. Tire helping out Duggins. And Gray Kimball's 4th thou red. Josh Duggins lets go 7. Airs it out to be 1 under. 378.0 on the 379 and moving on. Chaz Silence next out here on the right-hand side. Out of Jacksonville, North Carolina. The Pro Charge, powered machine, dials in out of 383. 391 the dial in for Steve Furr on the left-hand side. The Red Rocket out of Harrisburg, North Carolina.
Chaz turns it 5 thou red. Fuzz going to get away with one. 025 and 13 thou under. So really, for people that are watching at home maybe for the first time, let's give you a easy way of explaining Top Sportsman and Top Dragster. It's a math problem. That's pretty much it. So these drivers are coming to the starting line with a on their car that is called a dial-in. They think they are predicting their projected elapsed time down the racetrack. On that pair, Steve Furr said 391 was going to be his, and he went 389.7, so he was 13 thousandths of a second too soon or too fast. If Chaz would have been green leaving the starting line, Steve Furr would have had to get rid of 13 thousandths of a second. Can do that by way of the brake pedal, lifting off the gas, whatever it may be. But it's kind of sort of a little bit of a tidbit into sportsman drag racing.
Yeah, and there's a lot of other factors that play into this. Track temps, weather. I mean, there's a lot to it. It's very hard to do, and especially at almost 200 miles an hour.
Correct, and now we have ATI Performance Products, Top Dragster, presented by TBM Brakes. We are down to 3 remaining. Left side of the racetrack, JB Donati, the Henrico, Virginia-based Racetech Dragster, dials in 424, and Stephen Boone. Boone, right-hand side for In Motion Solutions. ATI, Nitrous Outlet, and a handful of others on the side of that hot rod, dials in 428. Boone had a luck round, had some car issues. His opponent broke out in the last round. Steven's got to hope he has them fixed right here. They leave the starting line, and JB Donati in absolute full control. Win light goes. JB 006 leaving the starting line, and 2 above. As you heard him give it a couple of whomps down at the finish line. Stephen Boone uncharacteristically late off the starting line, and 1 above his projected dial-in, JB Donati, to a final round here on a Thursday. And who does he have waiting for him in the final? None other than Joe Gary, the Boiling Springs, South Carolina-based 38-year-old business owner. By way of the way the ladder fell, he has a bye to the final. Boy, you couldn't ask for no better than that.
Yeah, but JB is on a ride. He was 006. He's going to be tough. But Joe Gary has won his fair share of big money bracket races.
Yes. JoJo's not wearing the Fling MVP helmet for no
That's
no
right.
slouch.
That's right.
JoJo leaves the starting line 18 thousandths away from perfect. Stops the clock 4:38.2, 156 miles per hour. So JoJo will go back, look at the numbers, and see if that's where he wants to be when he comes back for a final. So he will throw down with Jay when we come back around for Top Dragster.
We need you, Brian LaFlamme. We need you to staging for the Darlington race. Brian LaFlamme, we need you to the lanes for the Darlington race, please. Dave Mueller, right-hand side. The Albert-powered Pontiac GTO. Dialed in at a 4:33. Donald Bean, left-hand side out of Sunset Beach, North Carolina. A beautiful S10. Dials in at a 4:34. is 007 red. Donald Bean, let's go 18, 36 on the 34 and moving on. Aaron Glasser in the Pontiac here on the right-hand side. 419 the dial. And Joe Robachek, past world champion in the category, will line up in that Sonny's powered Camaro on the left-hand side of the racetrack. He'll be dialed in at a 425.
First generation Camaro and a first generation Firebird. They look the same, but not. Think about it.
I can say similar but different.
I couldn't remember what your saying was, so I wasn't going to try to butcher it.
It's all good. As I said, Robachek on the left-hand side for Big Stuff TPM, past world champion in the category. Got at a 425. Aaron Glasser been looking good. Watching him on some other venues, and he's been going some rounds. 419 the dial in for the Pontiac.
Aaron's a tough runner out of the state of Kentucky. A painter by trade. Derby City calibration plays for Racing Camaro, or Firebird, going to try to go to a final. He is in a world of hurt. Joe Robachek got an absolute mile off the starting line. 002, one above one. How about 13 total for Joe Robachek? Aaron Glazer, I am not sure what distracted him. As my buddy Chris Galletti says, he must have seen a squirrel. It was 092 up front and 7 above. Not an Aaron Glazer lap. But Joe Robachek understood the assignment when he came up to the starting line on this one. 002 and 1 above his projected dial-in. And there's a reason why the car only went 426 for Aaron. The purge valve was stuck open on the nitrous system, so that also probably threw him off letting go of the trans brake. So once again, final call, Brian LaFlamme. Final call, Brian LaFlamme. We need you to the lanes now. We are waiting on you, Brian LaFlamme. All of your other contestants are at the ready line. Absolute last and final call for Brian LaFlamme.
All right, we have a Summit Parts call. Racer in need of a Strange Ultra Strut wheel bearing. Strange Ultra Strut wheel bearing. We have a Summit Parts call for a racer in need. Pro Nitrous Pro Boost. For testing for the East Coast Nationals, we need you. Pro Nitrous Pro Boost. So we've got hair and makeup done, and we're ready to go racing. Brian LaFlamme, Vernon Grizzle. They're 67 Ford Mustangs. Pro Charge unit for Grizzle here on the right-hand side. $4.15 the dial. Brian LaFlamme, your defending world champion in the elite side of things for Big Stuff TPM. Dials in at a 378.
We talk about good-looking race cars a lot of times. I'm personally a huge fan of the 67 body style Mustang,
yeah.
built into a race car like these two. But Vernon Grizzle's car, it's like with Judd Kaufman, ran in Pro Mod and over in the Midwest area. Vernon got his hands on it, made it into a top sportsman car, and man, this thing is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous.
I agree, sir.
That is the red and black car closest to the camera if you're watching at home on FloRacing 24/7. Now, see which one of these Ford Mustangs moves on to a final. You'll see Vernon leave the starting line first. Brian LaFlamme, see if he can get to the finish line first without breaking out. Grizzle in a world of hurt, and the wind light comes on for Brian LaFlamme. Grizzle missed the Christmas tree, and the car was slow. Did not make the run that he wanted, and Brian LaFlamme was 006 leaving the starting line and finds the brake pedal to go 385 at only 174 miles per hour. Yeah, we said only 174 miles per hour, as that car is usually and Jeff Melnick will have a competition broke single, as Randy Perkinson not going to make the call after a pretty terrible incident down at Darlington Dragway. After he won the round, ended up having the car lost traction in the shutdown area, and ended up that car barrel rolled a couple of times and completely demolished it. But Randy got out unscathed, and Jeff Melnick is the recipient of a competition bye here. We all know Jeff, this is not the way he wants to go to a final. But the way that the cards fall, you just kind of, there's nothing you can do about it.
No, sir. Jeff, a multi-time world champion here with the PDRA. And
yes. And you just saw him in Pro 632 driving for Alan O'Brien. Now you see him in his own Dodge Avenger top sportsman. Melnick drops the hammer, goes 417, 174 miles per hour.
Pro Nitrous Pro Boost, we need you for T2 for the East Coast Nationals. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost, we need you for your second round of for the East Coast Nationals. On the right-hand side, as we go into Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragsters, semifinal round from the Darlington race. 12:27 the dial for Carter, and Connor Boyd left-hand side, 9:35. Connor has the better reaction time. Let's see what happens down on the top end. And it's going to be Carter Hayes, one above, 12:28 on the 12:27. Connor Boyd can't get there, 9:42 on the 9:35.
That is way more impressive than the majority of people know, to have a 12:20 junior in this wind go one above. We got FaceTimes and cell phones and everything else going off up here. Hey,
it's a family check-in.
Did you know we had fans?
One.
One. Well, yeah, I only have
that's
one.
Not plural. That's fan.
Fan. Okay.
Okay.
Man, never mind.
It's all right. And it's my kid, so he kind of has to like us a little bit.
Does he?
Some days.
At least I don't have to ground him.
That's right.
Hayes will hold one side of the final round as we got two more young drivers. They're going to roll to the starting line. Noah Taylor and Cooper Coffin. Two dads that know how to turn on wind lights in big cars. See how the young guns do right here. Cooper's in a world of hurt. Noah Taylor on the left-hand side has a reaction time advantage and drives around Cooper. Finds the brake pedal enough to turn on the wind light. 9:06 on the 9:01 dial-in as Cooper was late and ran 12:12 on the 11:97. As Noah Taylor will move on to the final round in Classic Graphics Top Junior Dragster. Now we have 4 drivers remaining that are within the ages of 13 to 18 here in Pro Junior Dragster. It's Ashton Hollis and Kylie Varner. It's going to be your first pair as they come to the starting line now. Once again, Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost, if you paid to test here at the East Coast Nationals, we'll take you for the second session to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, we'll take Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost, you have paid to test today. We'll take you to the lanes 5 and 6 for your second test session of the day. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost. We'll take you to the lanes now.
All right, so Kylie Varner here on the right-hand side, Ashton Hollis on the left-hand side. Semi-final action here in PDRA Pro Junior Dragsters. 790 index Pro Tree, here we go. Wind lights going to go to Ashton Hollis, 92 on the 90. Kylie goes through it a 92 on the 90 as well, but was a little tardy on the starting line.
That one was one off the starting line. Ashton Hollis had 23 thousandths of a second in the bag, and you saw him work the throttle pedal down at the finish line to make sure he did not break out. Ashton Hollis goes to the first final round of the season in Pro Junior Dragster.
James Beatty III here on the right-hand side, the ATI Performance Products Race to Win machine out of Baltimore, Maryland.
Hayes, left-hand side, the Virginia-based Mike Boss chassis. It's on to a final round in a Virginia versus Maryland matchup at 9 thousandths of a second. Separate them off the starting line. Advantage goes to the blue dragster of Connor Hayes, and the wind light shines for Connor as well in a double breakout race. James Beatty III got there by 2 thousandths of a second, but needed to get behind Connor Hayes. 788.6 on the 790 index will be your semifinal winner, and we'll move on to a final round.
And you know, Tyler, we talk about the tuners in the pro categories. These dads, they got to have migraines at the end of the day between the atmospheric changes and trying to get those little engines to run the same thing, and then the wind. There's a big headwind here today. At Darlington, there was a tailwind, so these dads fighting for their lives out there in the junior dragster categories.
Red Line Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour promos. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
It's Media Day here at PDRA. What's your name and what are you driving?
Ed McLemore. I run Pro 632.
And what kind of car do you got?
2009 Shelby RJ Mustang.
Okay, 3 rapid fire questions. Coffee or energy drinks?
Energy drinks.
Texting or calling?
Texting.
What is something on your bucket list that you want to accomplish?
I want to run 399.
Tell me one more time.
I want to run 399.
399. That's a pretty good goal. It was good to get to know you, and I'll see you out there.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, tell me your name, what are you driving, and what class are you racing?
My name is Mackenzie Alexander. I'm driving a 67 Camaro, and I'm running Top Sportsman.
Ooh, Top Sportsman, super fun. So we're going to do 3 random questions, and then you just answer them how you want, okay? Okay, beach or mountains?
Beach.
I could have picked that, like you look like a beachy girl. What is your go-to fast food order?
Chicken sandwich, fries, and Dr. Pepper.
From?
Chick-fil-A.
That's what I would pick too. And what's your favorite holiday?
Christmas.
Solid, because we get the most stuff at Christmas, yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, buddy, what's your name and what class are you running here at the PDRA?
My name is Lucas Alexander, and I'm running junior dragster of top junior.
What color is your dragster?
Baby Grinch.
Ooh, okay, I have a couple questions for you. Are you ready? Okay, what is your favorite TV show?
I like racing. I like watching people race, like pro mod and stuff, and I like also top field racing.
If you could pick one, would you, like when you get older, would you drive a pro mod or a top fuel car?
I'll say pro mod because I don't really like top field that much because they're so fast.
Okay, and then do you prefer dogs or cats?
I have dogs and cats. Cats because they're so cute.
Okay, and if your friends used one word to describe you, what would that word be?
Probably helpful and nice.
Perfect. My son is not that way, so good for you. Helpful and nice. Thank you so much.
Our pros. Test session number 2 for the East Coast Nationals here at Dorana Motorsports Park, Benson, North Carolina. Ned Dunphy here on the right-hand side. His orange Pro Boost Camaro. Keith Haney, left-hand side of the racetrack. The Black Widow Corvette. Schweitzer Dynamics. Summit Racing Equipment on board Haney's machine, as well as Stroud. Making the long haul to Oklahoma. Out here to play in North Carolina this weekend. Shout out to Ned Dunphy. Was the first one here for Media Day this morning. Came over and got it all done. Driven Racing Oil, Hoosier Racing Tires, Stroud. Keith Haney going to be our first pair out. Side by side they go, top in. 372s across the board. 372.1 for Haney, left-hand side at 205. Was 972 down low, 252 through the middle. Ned Dunphy was 941 down low, 252.2 through the middle. Another. Big shout out, John Clemmer, tuning in, watching us live on one of the many different platforms that the PDRA is broadcasting on here this afternoon. Tim Molnar, right side of the racetrack, the Gym Attachments Camaro. And Marcus Butner on the left-hand side. The Heartbreaker, Chevrolet Camaro for Redline Oil, Pat Music Race Engines. Albert Power on the right side for Molnar. Jay Cox doing the tuning on Marcus Butner's machine, left side. Ricky Molnar gets the wheelie bar set for Tim. He'll start to head to the top bulb. Two nitrous runners. Albert Power right side. Music Power left side. Side by side to go top end. Scoreboard 371 with a 2 for Marcus Butner. 205 was 967 down low. 251.1 through the middle. How about Molnar letting go 003, 994 short time, 260 through the middle, and a 383 at 190. Pro Street and 632 for the East Coast Nationals. We've called you. Pro Street and 632 for T2 of the East Coast Nationals. We've called you. Jamie Thompson here on the right-hand side. And Chris Reaney left side, but they're still in the door of Chris Reaney's machine, trying to get it fired, it looks like. Clearly, I had a lack of information. This is a license pass for Jamie Thompson. He will not be facing off against Chris Reaney in this test session. See Jamie purging the nitrous system, getting the bottle pressure where he wants it. Wheelie bars are set. And Jason Harris going to pull him up to the starting line. Pretty awesome to have a multi-time world champion making sure that you're where he wants you on the racing surface. Jamie Thompson on a licensing pass here. Pretty certain that wasn't the outcome he was looking for on that one. So here comes Chris Reaney, the ATI Performance Products Chevrolet Camaro, left side of the racetrack. Pat Music horsepower underneath the hood scoop. And Buddy P here on the right-hand side. Summit Racing Equipment, Brown Line Construction, LAT Racing Oils, another Musey-powered machine. If memory serves me correctly, these two machines made excellent passes all throughout the weekend. We were at Darlington, getting down the racetrack in. Of course, the announcer's curse will come into play right here, but we'll see if they have the same tune-ups that they had when we stopped at Darlington just a few short weeks ago. Have an easy tune to go A to B. Jerry Bickle built machine side by side here on the starting line of Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous. Loud pedal early, but Buddy P's going to carry it through to a 376 at 203, was 976 down low. 255 through the middle. A little softer, 986 down low, 260 through the middle, then off the gas. Corey Smith, left side of the racetrack for Terry Phillips Racing. And Dane Wood here on the right-hand side for Bay Concrete. BHM Drag Racing, 660 Race Car Technology, and US Racing. Got Shorty. Going to pull him into the beams. Smith left side, Dane Wood here on the right. Dane having to do a little driving into Mustang, stops the clocks with a 376 at 200 miles an hour, was 970 down low, 253.5 through the middle. Corey Smith lets go 21, 994. Short time, 260 with a 5 through the middle and a 407 off the throttle. Ryan Schrader, left side, the Corvette out of Robert Hayes Motorsports. Pat Musey horsepower underneath the hood scoop for his hot rod. And John Vergatz here on the right-hand side, the Dark Knight Camaro. Another one of those Pat Musey mills under the hood scoop for him as well. Schrader looked to be on a good pass. That mid-track just shut her down. Schrader, 38 letting go, 971 down low. Vergas was 44, 962 down low. Kurt Stedding, the P2 machine here on the right-hand side. The P2 Contracting and Tie Drive, and Raymond Matos left-hand side. Looking blue Camaro. Stedding, 374 at 205, was 966 down low, 255 through the middle. Matos was 953 down low within aborted mission. Gabriel Andino, left-hand side of the racetrack, and Ethan Stedding here on the right as we have Raymond Matos top in. Looks like the safety quad's already there trying to get him out of the way. Stedding right-hand side, coming off of a world championship in Pro Street. Took over his dad's Pro Mod for P2 Contracting, Tie Drive, Sports, and Redline Oil. Went down and ran some of the Winter Series. Looked phenomenal behind the wheel and has not skipped a beat here in PDRA competition so far. Looking like a true veteran behind the wheel, this machine. About a 369 for Andino over on the left-hand side. What a lap. 205 miles an hour, was 953 down low, 248.9 through the middle. Ethan Stedding, 943 down low, 252.9, and a 373 at 204. All Carolina matchup right here. Travis Harvey, left-hand side for Holland Enterprises. Red Top Motorsports, Proline. The Carolina Kid over on the left side, and Cam Clark here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. The Pat Musey-powered Mark Engelone 69 Camaro. Tire shake issues. Harvey was 18 going by the tree, 938 down low, and then didn't go well after that. They'll come back and give it another shot here later on. Sportsman categories that haven't come up to media day to get your headshots done, we need you. All sportsman classes who haven't come up for media day to get your headshots done, we need you to make your way to the tower, second floor, and come get your headshots done. Joe Winsley, the Liberty Skiers Camaro here on the right-hand side. Pro Charge machine. And Steve King, left-hand side of the racetrack, the Savage Corvette. G-Force built that hot rod. Resolution Racing Services on board. Pilot Elect. All helping out his cause. That doesn't go well. Steve King actually shook the door open on the Savage on the left side of the racetrack, and both of them going to tire shake. But I will say King was trying to rotate the earth. He was 916 down low, and it didn't go well after that. Violent tire shake for both machines. Tim Papp, left side of the racetrack. Looks a little different than it did in Darlington. Wholesale changes on this machine that even included a new body over the winter. A lot of up rod. Struggled at our first event, trying to figure out all those changes. Let's see if they got them figured out here this weekend. .962 down low, and then got into some tire shakes. So not what they were looking for. We're going to make the move over to Pro Street and 632 testing. Jason Ventura, first car out, right-hand side of the racetrack, the Gladiator X Camaro. Pro 632 machine. And Chris Tootin, Helion, South Carolina, left-hand side, and that turbo Mustang for the Muffler Shop of Columbia. Times out 428 for Jason Ventura. Graham Hayes, left side of the racetrack. Beautiful Chevy 2. And David Knight out of Kannapolis, North Carolina, here on the right-hand side. For night race cars. Mooresville Dragway. Graham was on a mission over on the left-hand side until he lost traction about 3/4 track. Andy Manson next out, left side of the racetrack. Out of Manassas, Virginia, in the Ford Mustang. And Scott Kincaid here on the right-hand side out of Thornhill, Tennessee. That's what either of them guys wanted. 473, the better of the two for Kincaid here on the right side. 143, but both machines having some sort of technical difficulties. Side, Ed McLemore here on the right. Pro Street machine in JD, Ed in a Pro 632 hot rod. Pedal early, coast through at a 440. Ed doing a little driving out there himself on the right-hand side. He'll go a 422 at 171. David Cook Jr. next out, right-hand side, the GTO. Nelson-powered machine. Copy print warehouse. And ABHW concrete. All on board Cook's machine. Ryan Altman left side for Team Greenbrier. Barry Allen race engines. 2632 hot rods. David Cook Jr. here on the right-hand side. Ryan Altman left side, and Cook kind of rolls the beams. Altman 983 down low, and then aborts mission. Ron Green here on the right-hand side. The game changer Pontiac laid down an impressive run here earlier. Final test session for juniors for the East Coast Nationals to the lane. Final test session for juniors to the staging lanes at this time for the East Coast Nationals. Final test for juniors to the lane at this time. So Ronnie Green here on the right-hand side, J.R. Webb on the left-hand side. Webb's going to make the trip. About a 4:10 at 182. Great lap in the heat for them. Doug Nickel, left-hand side of the racetrack, the ground control property management machine. And Carson Hull here on the right-hand side. For ATI Performance Products, Pat Musey horsepower underneath the hood scoop for Carson. Carson Hoyle lifting early. Goes a 425, was 987 down low, 274.6 through the middle. 430 on the left-hand side. Junior dragsters for your final test session of the East Coast Nationals. Junior dragsters for your final test session for the East Coast Nationals. We need you to the lanes. Richard Reagan here on the right-hand side. The Nate Van Wagenen dubbed Air Force One machine. So if he is on a pass, he's going to have that front end hiked up and be riding the wheelie bars. For Kincaid Reagan Motorsports, LCM, Richard Reagan.
Reagan drops the hammer, going to take it to the finish line. How about 4:06? 192 miles per hour for Richard Reagan. The elapsed time record holder at a 385 shows the field done right here in the heat of the day. 4:06, 192 miles per hour will close out Pro Street and Pro Street and 632 testing. And now we go into Super Street. Brought to you by 1320 Fabrications and Brian's Heating and Cooling. Kenny Fox and Charles Potter going to be your first two.
Kenny Fox left-hand side. Issues for Potter here on the right. Fox going to make the trip. How about a 478 at 151? Lap there for the blank slate.
All right, tell me your name and what class you're running.
I'm Mike Alexander Jr., and I run Elite Top Sportsman or Top Sportsman, depending on what the field is.
So I feel like I've interviewed all these Alexanders in a row, which I have because your kids race as well.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I had 2 junior dragsters. Now I got 1 junior dragster, and my daughter's running Top Sportsman with me this year.
And what's it like to race as a family and watch your kids go down the racetrack?
Oh, when they turn the wind light on, it's just as exciting as when I do it. It's a good feeling, awesome feeling. And my daughter won the world championship last year, so I had to come out here this year and show her where she learned it from. And I won the race last week, so moving forward, we've got high hopes for this season.
These Eugenes are running strong in the Alexander camp. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour bromods. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
Mike Freeman. Over on the left-hand side out of Fort Myers, Florida. 90 Mustang, 582 cubic inches. And Frank Cifelli here on the right-hand side. Frank's Truck and Auto, GDC Trucking, Summit Recycling, and Builder's Choice Concrete, the 86 Monte Carlo. Off early. Coast through at a 5:48 at 99 miles an hour. 489 for Cifelli over here on the right-hand side at 139. Eric Osteen on the right-hand side. 95 Ford Mustang, Sumter, South Carolina. Silver Lining Camaro. Nick Robinson over on the left-hand. Small block Chevrolet turbo powered, left side of the racetrack. Give it a shot here. Nick on a good run in the Camaro, going to stop the clocks with a 490 at 48 miles per hour. Issues for Eric over here on the right-hand side. 564 at only 103. Brooks McMath comes up next on the left-hand side of the racetrack. UC-powered Chevrolet Camaro, and Ryan Altman here on the right-hand side for Team Greenbrier. Altman near side, McMath on the left side. McMath out of power. Altman shuts it down early, coast through at a 5 flat 120. Final test session for the junior dragsters for the East Coast Nationals. You should be in the staging lane. Juniors, final test session for the East Coast Nationals. You should be in the lanes. Got a text message. They tell me it's on the other side of the track. What? There's two sides. I don't know where it's at, but there's homemade ice cream somewhere. Make sure you get some. And Troy Hill. Left side of the racetrack for Green's Auto Service, the 2000 Mustang, or I'm sorry, right side of the racetrack. Let me get that right. Guts are down early, going to coast through at a 5:18, 114, but much better looking pass for Troy Hill that time. All Darlington finals. All Darlington finals, you are on standby. All Darlington finals, you are on standby. So get them buttoned up and ready to go. All Darlington finals, we will be calling you. You are on standby. For our junior dragsters here for the East Coast Nationals. Ken Hollis here on the right-hand side. $9.19 for Hollis, $9.51 left-hand side. Will O'Brien, left side of the racetrack. Time for Will O'Brien. Carries it through at a 9:03, 8:96 here on the right-hand side. Time over here on this side, and that's the better of the two. Left side going to get there first, 9:09, 10:33 here on the right-hand side. Kowski on the left-hand side of the racetrack. Shirky here on the right. Juniors. 790 index. How about a 790 with a 5 for Shirky? Great run. 74 going by the tree. 802 left side. Charlie O'Mara, left side of the racetrack. Charlie with a better action time. Andy T, 796 with the 68 light. 801 here on the right-hand side. to a 25 on reaction times. 796 to a 795. .27 reaction time here on the right side, and that's the better of the two. 796, 795 left-hand side. Kylie Wright, left side of the racetrack. Reaction time right hand side, 42 going by the tree. How about a 790 with the one? Great lap. 1,000 of the index. 795.8 left hand side. TJ Harvey here on the right-hand side. Holland Enterprises, who's your tire? That's Spencer McGee over on the left-hand side. To an 18 on reaction times. A little bit quick over here. 788 for TJ. 794 for McGee. Reaction time, left-hand side, 791 with an 8. How about 20 total? That'd be awesome. 801 here on the right-hand side. In the pit area, we need all Darlington finals. All Darlington finals to the staging lanes at this time, please. All Darlington finals to the staging lanes at this time, please. All Darlington finals, we need you to the staging lanes at this time. Knox Schween and Lily Stedding. Going to close this out here in Pro Junior testing. Lily for P2 Contracting, Knox for Schween Motorsports. All Darlington rounds, we need you to the staging lanes, please. All Darlington final rounds, we need you. Knox 001 red, 789.7, so 3 thou too quick. Lily 2 thou too quick. All Darlington final rounds, we need you to the lanes, please. All Darlington final round of eliminations, we need you to the staging lanes at this time, please.
For 65 years, ATI has been helping sportsman racers get to the winner's circle. Bracket races.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour bromods. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
All right, it's a media day, so tell me a little bit about yourself, what you drive, and your name.
My name is Alan Buchkowski. I drive Pro Junior Dragster. We made the trek up here, but it's always fun.
And how old are you?
I'm 14 years old.
So when do you plan on getting into a big car?
Probably around 16. We're building S10 square body. So that's in our garage right now. We're going to start working on that, so we're going to have a couple years to do it before I get my license.
What would be like your dream car to drive in what class?
Ooh, probably my dad has a 71 Nova that he used to race, so I'm probably going to be driving that. Probably just like maybe top sportsman, like bracket bash kind of car.
Okay. What is your go-to fast food order?
Ooh. I'm going to say I go to Five Guys. I order a double bacon cheeseburger with a chocolate milkshake.
And I think that'll do it. Thank you so much. You're here for your modeling day, and I see you have your hair and makeup done and everything.
Yeah, my wife helped me before we got up here. First time.
Tell me your name, what class you run, and what kind of car you drive.
David Whedon, top sportsman, 97 Olds Cutlass.
What's your favorite holiday?
Ooh, Thanksgiving. Yeah.
Okay, what's your favorite comfort food?
Oh man, my wife making some cookies for me to eat in the bed. Anything I eat tonight, cereal, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I love cereal.
You don't get to be 6'8" without having something like that at night.
You need all them goods, all them groceries, right? Okay, last question. If there was one word your friends used to describe you, what would it be?
Oh, I don't know if I can say that on camera, probably. Just, I don't know, big guy, always willing to help everybody. I don't think I have one word. They would give you one word, but we'll cut that short for the camera.
Well, I'd say that's a quality thing, right? Always willing to help. Thank you.
Always willing to help.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, tell me what class you race, your name, and what kind of car you drive.
I run in Top Dragster. My name's Tim Williams, and I run a 2019 Race Tech Dragster.
Okay, let's do some rapid fire questions. Are you ready?
Yes.
What is your favorite meal that your wife cooks you?
Spaghetti.
Ooh, baked or just regular?
Just regular spaghetti.
What is your biggest pet peeve?
Somebody repeating themselves.
Okay, and if there's one place that you could visit, like dream, where would it be?
Jamaica.
Solid, I like that.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We are live here at Durana Motorsports Park, formerly known as Galat Motorsports Park. I definitely messed that up earlier. And behind me, they are prepping the racetrack to get it ready for the finals from Darlington. Now, if you've been watching, you know that in Darlington, we had some really bad weather. It got really cold, and we were not able to finish the race there. So we are finishing it here on a Thursday. What a treat for you. And the weather is a lot different here than it was in Darlington, which made for some pretty big surprises in the semifinal matchup. So let's take a look at your Redline Oil round recap and go over what happened there. Achenbach takes Butner out, my favorite Pro Nitrous car, in the absolute worst way. Butner goes down on a hole shot here, and that really sucks because they both made really, really nice rips down the racetrack. Scriba takes out the boss man, Tommy Franklin, and moves themselves into the final. Like I said, the weather conditions are just really, really challenging here. And Pro Boost, Ty Tutterow has a bye, and he needed every bit of it. It was a good thing he did because he did not make it down the racetrack in this heat. The big matchup here was Johnny Camp and Melanie Salemi. Johnny Camp still proving himself the one to beat here at the PDRA. He is continuing to be consistent and make pass after pass, no matter how bright the sun is shining and no matter what anybody throws at him. Finals are coming up next. They're in the lanes. I'm excited. You're excited. We get bonus racing on Thursday. What more could you ask for? They'll be up here in just a few minutes.
Less than 5 minutes. So you haven't made your way over here to Media Day. We need all drivers in competition for a headshot. And Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, and Pro Street, we need you to do a short video. You don't have to talk. It's easy. Come on. PDR, Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet. Looks like Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, presented by Jerry Bickle Race Car, is going to be our first final round out when we give them the go. So engines, fire to life, Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous, presented by Jerry Bickle Race Cars. Final round of eliminations, and what a good one we got on tap for him, Tyler.
We entered the semifinals. Can Mike Achenbach start with a victory, trying to etch his name on the championship stage come December later this year? Freddie Scriba, a reigning world champion, is going to try to stand his way. The Sorcerer, left-hand side, out of Maryland, will sit beside the Mountain Man over here on the right-hand side out of Pennsylvania.
And I believe, Tyler, if memory serves me correct, this was where Freddie Scriba got his first Pro Nitrous win. I might be wrong with that. I don't know, but I know.
I don't think so. I think
No?
Brian Schrader beat him in, in the debut of this car, but he wasn't a final in his debut. But now he comes out sitting beside another new car, Mike Achenbach. I think this thing has like less than 50 runs on it for the Schweitzer Dynamics team, but he sits beside a tough customer.
Fulton horsepower underneath the hood for Achenbach MJA installation, Schweitzer Dynamics. Freddie Scriba, left-hand side out of Millersville, Maryland. Scriba Welding, Robert Hayes Motorsports, and Pat Busey horsepower underneath the hood scoop for him.
I love the engine wars. It's one thing that I've always liked about this class. It's always been a neat deal, and you know, sometimes you have more or one or the other, but right here it's a final round. And what do you have? Gene Fulton and Pat Busey. They're going to sit beside each other as engine builders. The horse for Pat Busey is Freddie Scriba. The horse for Gene Fulton is Mike Achenbach. They both light the pre-stage bulbs and are 7 inches away. Who's going to take the first Schweitzer Dynamics Pro Nitrous victory of the year? They're side by side, door to door, top end. Win light goes Achenbach. How about 370? Woo! 2 thou. Separate them off the starting line, 028 to 030, and Mike Achenbach and Brandon Schweitzer lay down a lap right here in the middle of the day. 370 with a 6. Defeats Freddie Scriba's 374, but what a picture-perfect final round to kick off the Carolina Nationals finals.
Man, Achenbach had that front end hiked up, and when he came down, he was real close to heading towards the center line, but he wheeled it back. You can watch now on the flow replay. Them wheels were hiked up in the air, hooked up and ready to go.
Yep, Achenbach had to put a little English in it to get there. But he gets there by half a car length over Freddie Scriba, and your first final's underway, but now this is a big one. Ty Tutterow. Ty Tutterow heats the hides on the right-hand side of the racetrack, and this one, for me, is tough because you know what the hardest thing to do is when you win a world championship. Do it again. Ty Tutterow has the chance right now to start the defending championship tour as a winner. But you got to get around Hell's Bells.
But you were just talking about, you know, a newer car in Mike Achenbach. How about the one Tutterow's driving?
Yeah.
It debuted 2 weeks ago at Darlington Dragway. It had not even been down the racetrack yet.
Exactly, and he sits beside one of the cars in category that's made a ton of laps. That one on the left-hand side for Johnny Camp has probably made 300 runs down the racetrack. Ty's less than 10, unless they tested, but you know, that makes a weird storyline.
Yeah,
so we're gonna say 10.
not gonna do it. So Johnny Camp left side out of Cannonsburg, Pennsylvania. The Hell's Bells 69 Camaro Charger, NGK, Proline, Advanced Medical, and Camp Brothers Enterprises. On the right-hand side, Ty Drive, Redline Oil, Dogwood Graphic Fuel for his beautiful Camaro out of Yadkinville, North Carolina.
The talk of the internet for the last 3 weeks has been flat hoods versus screw blowers. The glory of a final round in Pro Boost, you got one of each. We're on the old rules package, finishing a race from Darlington. Does one or the other get the upper hand? Johnny Camp, Ty Tutterow, car chiefs walk away. Does your reigning world champion start the year with a win? We're about to find out. Pro Boost, final round. As they think about it, I like it. They stage at the same time. The tree fires. Johnny Camp got 11th thou in the bag. Wind light shines. Hell's Bells. How about that for a side-by-side race? 361.3 beats a 362.4, and Johnny Camp gets it done by 11 thousandths of a second on the starting line and 11 thousandths of a second on the scoreboard. Johnny Camp, your first Pro Boost winner in 2026. You watch it back at home on FloRacing, a wire-to-wire victory for Johnny Camp, but what a first final round of the season for Pro Boost. Flat Hood's got one up on it right now, but tomorrow's a new game. The new rules package goes in effect. Let's see what happens tomorrow, but for right now, Centrifugal got a little bit of a leg up on the screw combo.
So now, Tyler, we're going to go to Liberty's Gears Pro Street, presented by KTR. This one's cool, too. A little nitrous on turbo action. The big man, Fletcher Cox, left side of the racetrack for DeSoma. Phil Schuler doing the crew chief in KTR, LAT Racing Oils. And Jerry Morgano here on the right-hand side for DeSoma, the Copperhead Ford Mustang. And I'm going to tell you what, I've been watching Jerry Morgano for years. I've never seen their program so put together as I have here recently.
They have found something in that car over the winter. I don't know what it was. I don't really want to know. But the Apollo Beach, Florida Copperhead Ford Mustang has been a leader in category over the last couple of races. But he sits beside a car that flexed big-time muscle full of races, dating back to last season. Phil Schuler, the brain trust, on board the Training Day Chevrolet for the big man, Fletcher Cox. Jerry Morgano, right-hand side. We love the power adder mismatch in the finals. Small block twin turbo, right-hand side for Morgano. Fletcher Cox, the big honkin' nitrous motor. Casey walks away from the front of the car. It's now on the drivers. Fletcher Cox, Jerry Morgano. You're gonna hear Morgano build the boost in the turbo entry. Bumps in ever so shallow. Here comes Fletcher Cox. The tree fires. Fletcher, reaction time advantage. Can Morgano chase him down? Not today. Fletcher Cox
Hole shot.
on a hole shot. 396.7 by 9 thousandths of a second. And let me tell you why this is cool. Fletcher Cox just won his last race in that car. Andy Mack steps in that tomorrow. Fletcher Cox will step out of Pro Street as a winner here at Dorado Motorsports Park.
Man, you watch it on the Flow replay, Fletcher way out in front, but here comes the steam of Morgano with the turbos whistling. He was nope, that's not some good mile an hour there. I think we had a bad trip on the mile an hour, but he was coming on the big end and unfortunately ran out of racetrack.
Most definitely, but cool win for Fletcher right there. Like we talked about, he's been working on that Pro Boost car for a lot of months to get it ready. It's finally ready to go. He's stepping out of the seat, and Andy Mack gets in tomorrow. And Andy Mack will be your driver for the rest of the year in that car. So cool deal for Fletcher.
So now we're going to go to PDRA Pro 632, presented by Mark Williams. And our final round is going to have Jeff Pittman on the right-hand side at Conover, North Carolina for Hickory Enclosed Trailers Racing Performance Motor Coaches, Greenbrier Excavating and Paving, Barry Allen Race Engines, and J.C. Beatty Jr. left-hand side out of Baltimore, Maryland, the ATI Performance Products, Jessel J.E. Pistons, Total Seal Piston Rings, 2018 Camaro. Tyler, out of the opening race, these two cars stood out the most. They had the lowest ETs, and now they're going to face off here in the final round of eliminations.
Yep, J.C. Beatty got it done against one half of the Greenbrier team in the semis. What happens now? Jeff Pittman, a teammate of the Greenbrier team for Hickory Enclosed Trailer Sales. Barry Allen Racing Engines between the frame rails for Jeff Pittman. The J.C. Beatty Jr. comes in as your #1 qualifier. Can he take it all the way to a win to start the 2026 season? Pittman's got a slight advantage. Does he have the horsepower? He does not, but look at them both make their best runs of the day. J.C. Beatty Jr. goes low elapsed time, 4:11.7, and needed every bit of it. Jeff Pittman goes 4:13.6 and 12 thousandths of a second. Separate them at the finish line. J.C. Beatty Jr., your Pro 632, presented by Mark Williams Enterprises winner for the Carolina Nationals.
Tyler, now we're going to roll into 1320 Fabrication Super Street, presented by Brian's Heating and Cooling. Big Dan Wetstein here on the left or right-hand side of the racetrack for Essex Motorsports, Pro Charger, ATI, Atomizer, Maxima, UPR Products, and Mincer Motorsports in red velvet, his 91 Mustang. And Connor McGee on the left-hand side, your defending world champion in the category out of Pelion, South Carolina for Brian's Heating and Cooling. Driven Racing Oil, Bucked Up Energy, Fulton Race Engines, and Abby's Performance. Little nitrous on boost crime.
This is a matchup of two men that have stood on the championship stage at the PRI show. Most recently, the young gun Connor McGee. Right-hand side, Big Dan Wetstein. You never count out Big Dan. You want to know why? First off, big dude, can drive. The man in front, Tim Essick. If you know Tim Essick, he knows how to make horsepower. He also knows how to make it look good. He's a body shop technician, as you couldn't tell. But you never do count out Connor McGee and Brian McGee and that entire team. A lot of both of these cars. But we talked about it with Ty Tutterow. We're going to talk about it again with Connor McGee. Can the reigning world champions start the year with a win? You got to get around a tough customer to do so.
Here we go. Top bulbs start to illuminate.
Big Dan turns at 18 thou red, and Connor McGee will be your winner. And holy moly, 4:51.6, 158 miles per hour for your reigning world champion, and takes that win with authority. Big Dan, 018 red, and goes 468 in the process, but Connor McGee lays down a monster in the final round of the Carolina Nationals.
Yeah, watching it back on the Flow replay, a little squiggly there at the beginning, I'll say, and man, what a pass. 451, 158. We go with MagnaFuel Elite Top Sportsman. Presented by Parr Racing Engines. Brian LaFlamme, Jeff Melnick. Our final two standing here on the Elite side. And we, you know, interestingly enough, this is another world champion from last season in the final round here with Brian LaFlamme.
Actually, it's...
You're right. You're right. I stand corrected. Two world champions, only one in the category.
Yep, one in category, one for 632.
So LaFlamme left side out of Mooresville, North Carolina, the Big Stuff TPM 67 Ford Mustang for Maxima Oil, YO Motorsports, Met Performance, and Noonan Race Engineering. He'll be dialed in out of 380. trying to run down Jeff Melnick, who was the 632 world champion last season, out of Hubbard, Ohio. The exotic Fab 02 Avenger is going to be dialed in at a 416.
You normally see Melnick's car on the regular side of Top Sportsman. The way everything fell at Darlington, he made it in the elite field. Can your 632 champion take a Top Sportsman win? Not today. 3 thou red for Jeff Melnick. And he is going to be sick. 3 thou pink puts it dead on 6. Brian LaFlamme is 033 and 4 above to turn on a win light for WIO Motorsports. Big Stuff Total Management. And your reigning world champ lights the win light in race number 1. Brian LaFlamme, Top Sportsman winner. Attention in the pits at this time. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost. Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost will take you to the lanes for your final session. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost will take you to the lanes for your final test session, lanes 5 and 6. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost need you to the lanes for your final test session, lanes 5 and 6.
So Magnafuel, regular Top Sportsman in the water box now. Joe Robacek. And Donald Bean. LaFlamme, not LaFlamme.
Teammate to LaFlamme.
That's true. That's TPM on the Camaro. He'll be dialed in at a 423. And Donald Bean, local runner here out of Sunset Beach, North Carolina for Riptide Builders. His beautiful S10 pickup truck dials in at a 435.
2 tough runners in the class of Top Sportsmen. LaFlamme is, not LaFlamme, jeez. Good job, Scotty. Robacek is a past world champion.
That's what I was going to say.
He's teammates with LaFlamme. If he can turn on a win light, those guys might party it up so much they might miss Q1 tonight. Robacek, Donald Bean, your final round here in Top Sportsman. Robacek is 10 thou red. Donald Bean going to take that gorgeous S10 pickup truck to a win. 18 down, lays down 19 total in a final. As Joe Robacek was 10 thou on the red side and puts it 5 thou under. Donald Bean, take your first Magnafuel Top Sportsman PDRA 660 man of 2026. And here comes Elite Top Dragster. 2 drivers that know how to get it done. One driver powers the other one out of his own shop. I'll tell you more about that here in just a second after these 2 loud burnouts. Josh Duggins, right-hand side of the racetrack, out of Team Par. Going to have that dragster dialed in at a 378. And Steve Furr, also packing on some Par power, dials in at a 390. Wonder if Duggins went over there and told him put her final.
Steve Furr, multi-time world champion, multi-time event winner out of Harrisburg, North Carolina, the Red Rocket American chassis for Hoosier, VP, Mosier, House of Pain. Josh Duggins here on the right-hand side, also for Hoosier out of Inman, South Carolina, 378 to a 390 dial.
These guys are wasting no time. Fuzz is already in, and here comes Josh Duggins. Tree will fire. Duggins is 1 thou pink. Steve Furr lays down 17 total, 013 dead on. You've heard this before. Steve Furr to the winner's circle.
So now Tyler ATI Performance Products, Top Dragster, presented by TBM Brakes, final round.
Left side, J.B. Donati. Henrico, Virginia-based 2012 Race Tech. Dials in at a 424, and Joe Gary. The Bowling Springs, South Carolina Chassis Dragster dials in 438. These two drivers know how to get it done, Scotty.
Gary on the right side for McCarty Auto Parts, American Race Cars, Line-to-Line Coatings, Neil Chance Transmissions, and House of Pain. JB left side for Parr Racing Engines, House of Pain, Kenny Young Transmissions, and Dwayne Allen Racing Engines.
These guys, just like the elite side, waste no time. The tree fires. JB missed it a lot. Up and can't do it. Joe Gary will be your winner. 0-12, dead on 5, lays down 17 total. JB Donati missed it up front, put it 17 thou under, and still couldn't get there. Joe Gary, your ATI Performance Products Top Dragster, presented by TBM, event winner for the Carolina Nationals.
Pro Nitrous Pro Boost for your final test shot of the day. We need you to the staging lanes. Pro Nitrous and Pro Boost for your final test run of the day. We need you to the lanes, please. And Boost, we need you. Final round from the KTR Carolina Nationals, presented by PD Fleet in our Classic Top Junior Dragster category. Noah Taylor, Carter Hayes. Carter Hayes here on the right-hand side out of Max Meadows, Virginia. Going to be dialed in at a 12:27. Noah Taylor, left-hand side out of Elizabethtown, North Carolina, 5.
Carter Hayes and Noah Taylor off and gone. Carter, the 12-second dragster, has the reaction time advantage. Can Noah Taylor get there? No, he can't. Look at Carter Hayes. Puts it one above the dial in. Reaction time advantage for Hayes. Turns it into a win light. What a big win right there. Man, I talked about it earlier. Running a 12-second junior is tough. Like,
easy.
Like, they've done that a couple of times. I am thoroughly impressed. Oh, hold on. Is that brother? Are the two brothers in the finals? Oh, now that would be cool. Carter Hayes takes the win in Top Junior Dragster. And now his brother comes around the corner for the final of Pro Junior Dragster. Your last final round of the PDRA Carolina Nationals. Brought to you by KTR Drag Racing and PD Fleet. It took 3 extra weeks to get there, but we were one final round away from putting a bow on race number 1 on the Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series for 2026. Ashton Hollis left side, Connor Hayes right side. Can the Hayes family sweep the junior dragster categories?
That is a tough team over on the left side, and Ashton Hollis behind the wheel out of Williamsville, New York for Hoosier Tires, Race Star Wheels, and FTI Farm Team. But man, how cool would it be for Connor to turn the win light on right here?
Man, we talk about the pressure on the parents to hit the tune-ups right now. You know, the biggest like gulp went through Connor's chest back there when the win light came on for his brother. But now we find out, can the Hayes family sweep it? It all starts at the starting line. Ashton Hollis, Connor Hayes, your final round Pro Junior Dragster is underway. They drop the hammer and Ashton Hollis has an advantage. Connor's got some work to do at the finish line and can't get it done. Ashton Hollis lays down a lap in the final. 0.26, dead on 1, lays down 27 total. Connor Hayes, 0.46 up front. The math stopped mathing at that point. Ashton Hollis takes the first Pro Junior Dragster win of 2026. Down for a quick minute, clean up the racetrack, get our cars in the lanes, then we'll go right back to it with our final test session of the day for our pro categories. After that, go into round number 1 of qualifying for top sportsman and top dragster. So at this time, Pro Nitrous, Pro Boost, we need you to the lanes 5 and 6.
Mike Achenbach, you did so well, especially in these track conditions, 370 flat with a 6, and you're starting the year off so strong.
You know, doing the best we can. I mean, I only got 2 people that help me besides Brandon Schweitzer, which he's not here, but he's doing this stuff from Alabama, and we do the best we can on our part, and I try to drive the best I can.
Really impressive here. Congratulations for winning the PDRA opener from Darlington, and now you have some momentum going into this weekend.
We're going to try and make it double up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Johnny Camp, starting things off right on a Thursday. Like, what a way to come out, win on a Thursday, and have a lot of momentum going in for the weekend.
Yeah, I can't even explain how it feels. Feels really good. We have momentum coming into this. Car's running good. You know, thank you to Pro Charger, NGK Spark Plugs, Proline Racing, and all the guys. It's not me. I'm just hanging on.
361 in the heat of the day. You better be careful. They're going to put some more lead in our britches.
Well, yeah, we'll see tomorrow now. That could be a game changer, but we'll get over it.
Congratulations, Johnny. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Fletcher Cox, your Pro Street winner from Darlington, and on a Fletcher Cox fashion, we won in a hole shot.
Yeah, we did. We kind of knew in the pitch that car runs really good out the back, and I just know I need to do my job. So I kind of went ahead and kind of focused and know what I need to do to get us a win. And you know what? Sometimes Phil bailed me out, but it's all a team, and we got a team win today.
Congratulations on a Thursday for your win. Good momentum going in for the weekend. Maybe we can double up here.
Well, I got some news. Today was my last day driving training day, and I'm gonna hand it over to Andy Mack. Hopefully we can get the car turned around real quick. He can make T3. Well, but winning all, he's driving the car this weekend, and we're changing positions. He'll drive in crew, and I'll be, crewing on the car like the old times.
That's super awesome. Like, way to take a car, have it on its last day with you driving. Big win for you. I'd say that's a great way to go out.
Absolutely. Phil got one Sunday. Phil got one Thursday. Now let's see if Phil can go 3 times.
That's what we're looking for. Woo!
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me.
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 Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry. Going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour promos. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
Here's from the Carol. Well, you can pick up your check on site down at the registration trailer. So final test for our pro categories. And Ned Dumpy and Marcus Butler. things off. Dumpy over here on the right-hand side. The bright orange Camaro, Pro Boost runner. Marcus Butner, left-hand side. The Sweetheart Camaro for Redline Oil. Butner Construction. Pat Musey horsepower. Top scoreboard. How about a 367.4 for Marcus at 206 miles an hour? Ned goes through it at 368.6 at 205. Schrader next out, left-hand side of the racetrack. The Pandemonium Corvette out of Robert Hayes Motorsports. Pat Musey horsepower underneath the hood scoop, and Buddy Perkinson here on the right-hand side. The LAT Racing Oil, Crown Line Construction, Summit Racing Equipment, Musey powered Chevrolet. Brian Schrader looked like he was having some issues out there. Finally gets it fired back up and finds reverse. In Pro Street, 632 in Pro Street. We need you for your fun. Brian Schrader on the left. Buddy gets over near the center line, but stays in at 372 at 204. Schrader shuts her down early. 440 at only 121. Schrader had a better short time of 9:52 and a 2:58.5 through the middle as he shut it off. Perkinson was 9:64 down low and 2:52 through the middle. Chris Reading out of Hickory, North Carolina, here on the right-hand side for ATI Products. Pat Musey horsepower underneath the hood scoop, and Melanie Salemi on the left-hand side for Resolution Racing Services, G-Force Race Cars, Oddly Installations, and Mike Stowicki horsepower. Melanie with the front end hiked up. Went over towards the left side wall. Had to abort mission. And Chris Reaney with some tire shake right on the hit. Not able to make the lap. Amy Thompson here on the right-hand side, making licensing runs. Headed towards the center line aboard its mission. 980 down low. Amber Denton, left side of the racetrack for Pat Busey Race Engines, Redline Oil, Franklin Electric, SmartCom, and Hoosier Racing Tires. And Keith Haney here on the right hand. Schweitzer Dynamics, Summit Racing Equipment. Great to see Keith Haney out here with us this weekend. I do believe there are 20 nitrous cars on the property here for the East Coast Nationals, so qualifying tomorrow is going to be a good time. Top in 367.3 at 206 miles an hour, 948 down low and 247.6 through the middle. Haney goes through at a 368 at 205, 956 down low and 249 through the middle. Haney's been here, made 3 laps, made every trip, so he could be a Q1 rolls around tomorrow. Watching on the Flow replay, both drivers had the front end hiked up early. Good looking side-by-side pass. Cam Clark having all sorts of trouble here trying to get his Mark Engelone Chevrolet Camaro to do a burnout. Tommy Franklin on the left-hand side. Past world champion in category for Redline Oil, Pat Musey Race Engines, SmartCom Home Technologies, Franklin Electric, and Hoosier Racing Tire. Just saw his daughter lay down a 367. Jeff Pierce doing the tuning over on Tommy's machine. Top end, he goes to 380, 381 here for Cam Clark. Tommy only had 177 going through the traps, was 960 down low, 252 through the middle. Obviously shut her down early. Out of Charleston, Illinois. We'll be on the left-hand side of the racetrack. And Billy Albert here on the right-hand side for Structural Mechanical, the Stan and Snow Chevrolet Camaro. Pap Auto Body and KTR on board the Corvette. Super crew member Wayne Rogers getting the wheelie for Billy Albert. Ricky Smith telling him, let's go. So Billy Albert right side, CMR, Structural Mechanical. Pap left side, Pap Auto Body and KTR. .372.5 for Billy Albert at 204 miles an hour. Was 962 down low, 251.8 through the middle. Tim Pap goes through it at 375 at 201, 950 low, 252.8 through the middle. Left side. And Dane Wood here on the right-hand side for Bay Concrete, Affordable Trans, 660 Race Car Technology, U.S. Mail Racing, and BHM Drag Racing. If you're testing, bring it on up. Super Street, if you are testing here this evening, bring it on up. Dane Wood with the 374, 199 miles an hour. Issues on the left-hand side. Tim Molnar up next, left side of the racetrack. The Gym Attachments Camaro and John Vergatz here on the right-hand side. Vergatz out of Erie, Pennsylvania, the Dark Knight Camaro. To the top end, Molnar's 376, going to be the quicker of the two at 203 out of the throttle here on the right-hand side for Vergatz. He won at 164. Joel Winsley on the left-hand side for Liberty's Gears. And Corey Smith here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Others Racing. Pro Chargers, Liberty's Gears for Winsley on the left side. Little boost on nitrous action. Inslee out and gone. 366.9 at 2:08. Issues for Corey Smith here on the right-hand side. He'll coast through it at 9:96. Watching it on the flow replay. Winsley hikes up the front end. There's a beautiful A to B pass. Your test day. Little confidence going into Q1 tomorrow. Steve King, the Savage Corvette for Pilot Electric, G-Force Race Cars, and Resolution Racing Services. King on a good straight pass, 364.3, 209 miles an hour, was 922 down low, 245.9 through the split, and then a 364.3 at 209. Ethan Stedding, left side of the racetrack for P2 Contracting, Tie Driving, Redline Oil. Travis Harvey here on the right-hand side. Red Top Motorsports, Holland Enterprises, and Proline. Travis Harvey, 363 with the 3 at 208, was 13 going by the tree, 933 down low, 245.9 through the split. Ethan let go 14, 950 down low, 254 through the middle, 375 at 204. Ricky Smith next out here on the right-hand side of the racetrack. J&A Services, SoCal, Parkway Ford Mustang, the Pat Musey horsepower underneath the hood scoop. Gabriel Andino, left-hand side, made a great pass. Came out last session. Todd Tutterow out there setting the wheelie bar for Ricky Smith. Good run again for Gabriel on the left-hand side. 365 for 206. Was 937 in the first 60 feet. 245.6 through the middle. Ricky Smith goes through at a 372.5 at 204. 965 down low. 251 through the middle. Raymond Matos and Jason Harris going to be our next pair out. Out there on flow of Jason Harris's Party Time Machine, paying tribute to Harold Denton. Street, final call for Super Street for your final time session of the day. Final call for Super Street. Your final time run of the day. Raymond Matos, Jason Harris. See how they close their day out. Good. Harris going to make the pull. How about a 360 with the 211 miles an hour. 942, 60 to 11. Top speed, you we need you to the staging lanes, please. Magnify top. The staging lanes at this time, please. Steading in the P2 contracting. And Camaro. Kurt Stedding. That P2 machine over here on the right-hand side. It's like our final car in category. .370 at 2:06 for Stedding. Was double 01 letting go. Now we're going to make the jump over to Pro Street 632, our first right-hand side for Knight's race car. Inside. Charge Mustang out of Helion, South Carolina.
I think Scotty might be getting a little hungry. Were you thinking like mustard and Mustang and mesh the two together, or what was that?
It's been a long day so far.
Are you hangry?
I could be.
Asking for friend. No, the one has to sit beside you and talk every now and then. It's like Scotty said, got a couple of pro street runners now. David Knight and Chris Tooten. Yes, Tooten did make a great run earlier. Very impressive. The left-hand side of the racetrack, the Pelion, South Carolina, turbocharged hot rod. See if Chris can lower the boom and go quicker than the 402 from earlier today. David Knight. New car. Get bugs worked out on that one. Chris Tooten out and gone. How about another 402? 188 miles per hour, and David Knight, his hands full. Knight into the wall on the top end of the racetrack, and he is bouncing off of both walls down there, it looks like, and safety teams are rolling to him as quickly as possible. Chris, okay. Chris Tooten is all good, no contact between the two cars. Chris had both chutes out and was able to get stopped before David came across the racetrack, but no. Hard hit into the left side concrete wall as he comes to a stop and is on the top end of the racetrack. Good news from the top end. Safety crews report that David Knight is all good. Getting out of the car on his own power. You see him on the FloRacing live feed taking off his safety gear. Going to get checked out by our EMTs and staff. So we'll be down for a little bit of time. But wild ride for David Knight on the top end of the racetrack. Really hate to see that. A brand new car. They built that thing in their own shop. And man, tough way for the final run for that team here on Thursday. If you're at home, you watch it back on FloRacing. We were all kind of paying attention to Chris's 402 run. Knight went through the finish line under power. As you can see, it looks like no parachutes. Just lost the rear end of the race car. Just a tough deal. But man, what an excellent driving job by David to grab enough steering wheel to keep it off of Chris Tooten. Because if you were watching the FloRacing live feed, he was going right in the passenger door of Tooten's car if he doesn't grab enough steering wheel to do so. So as much as a torn up race car is really bad, one is better than two, and David Knight did an excellent job staying away from Chris Tooten on that, but a hard hit on the left side concrete barrier as that car will come to a stop on the top end of the racetrack. Safety crews will go to work. We'll get the roll back down there to retrieve him, get him off the racetrack. We'll be good to go. We'll be down for just a little bit of time on the top end of the racetrack. Good news, best news of all is David Knight's okay. We can rebuild race cars. We can't rebuild David Knight or anybody else that's out here doing the deal and enjoying the sport that we love. So be down for just a moment. EMT is going to check him out, make sure he is A-okay. Our rollbacks coming off the top end of the racetrack. We'll grab that car, get him over to the pits, and get back to racing. I don't think we have any fluid on the top end of the racetrack, but we're going to check everything out to make sure the racing surface is in tip-top condition before we get back to finishing up Pro Street and Pro 632 testing. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, we need you now. Super Street, if you're not in the lanes, we need you now. Top Sportsman, you're on. We've called you to the lanes, but we'll put you on a standby if you're not already here. Top Sportsman, be ready to go. When we get close, we will call you to the lanes. We need you to promptly come back around at that time. So, Top Sportsman, if you're not already in the lanes, hang out at the trailer. We're going to get this cleaned up as quick as we can. As soon as we get close enough to get back on the racetrack, we will call our Top Sportsman cars. And as soon as we give you all, if you would, please promptly come to the staging lanes so we can get you ready for Q1 here tonight.
got everything all cleaned up down on the top end. Scott Kincaid comes out next here on the right-hand side. Kincaid out of Thornhill, Tennessee. And Graham Hayes, 52 left side of the racetrack. Pedaling out to the front end, got way up in the air. 426 for the Chevy 2, 185. Scott Kincaid, 4037 at 193 miles an hour. Out of Dearborn, Michigan, here on the right-hand side. Joel Winsley Jr. here on the right-hand side. Looking for there on the final round of testing. Goes through at a 482, 111 was 110 down low, and 288.6 through the middle. Hanson next out here on the right-hand side. The Mustang out of Manassas, Virginia. And Blake Denton, left-hand side. In Bonnie for Redline Oil, UC Race Engines. Are exactly how it was raced when Lizzie Musey used to campaign it. The Franklin family, Musey family got together and run it in her honor now. make the trip. How about a 4:04 with a 5 at 189 miles an hour? J.D. Scaff, left side of the racetrack, and Jason Ventura here on the right-hand side. The Gladiator X Camaro out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Kind of all over the place. 422 for Jason Ventura, 167 the speed. Trackside spotters out making sure the racing surface is good to go. Looks like we're good to go. Carson Hoyle, the ATI Performance Products Camaro, left-hand side out of Hickory, North Carolina. Doug Nickel here on the right-hand side. Ground control, property management machine. Carson. Goes through at a 4:17 with a 9, 166 miles per hour. 4:24 here on the right-hand side for Doug Nickel at 167. Ed McLemore left side. The Mustang. David Cook Jr. here on the right-hand side in the GTO. Team. Ron Green, left-hand side, the game changer Pontiac. And J.R. Webb here on the right-hand side. Webb made a good lap earlier. Ron Green's made a few as well. Their final shot at the racetrack here this evening. list, but look at Ron Green. 395.5 at 196 miles an hour. The game changer making a statement here in his final shot at the racetrack on Thursday. Now we're going to make the move over to Super Street. Matt Shallow in the War Pig on the left side of the racetrack. And Kenny Fox in the blank slate here on the right-hand side. Some issues here, right-hand side. Shallow's going to make the lap. How about a 464, 156 miles per hour. Mike Freeman next out, left-hand side in the Mustang. And Frank Cifelli in the Monte Carlo here on the right-hand side. .485 with a 5 at 147 for Cifelli. Issues for Freeman on the left side. Nick Robinson, right-hand side. Silver Camaro. And Austin Vincent, left-hand side. For Vincent Performance, Fuel Tech. Austin out and gone. 458.3, 151 miles an hour. 495 for Nick over here on the right-hand side at 148. Eric Osteen over here on the right-hand side. Charles Potter, left-hand side of the racetrack. Potter having more issues. 571 over here on the right-hand side. Brooks McMahon, left side of the racetrack in the silver machine with the Musey horsepower, and Andy Mack here on the right-hand side in the training day hot rod.
Nothing like winning the race and getting booted out of your own car. Or did he step out? we all know, but, you know, our job as an announcer is to make it sound weird, make you think about it at home. Like we talked about when Fletcher took home the Carolina Nationals win about, an hour ago. Andy Mack steps into the seat of training day for the rest of the season. Fletcher will be moving up to Pro Boost after some testing of his new fixed income hot rod. I don't know who named that car. Anyways, no pun intended. Andy Mack. Many know him from driving bipolar. Big no time racer, one of the toughest in the business. Has made plenty of laps down the racetrack. He's gonna make his test shot at the racetrack right now. Get ready to go for qualifying tomorrow afternoon.
A to B in a 395.8 at 188 miles an hour. I think he's got it under control. Oh, and by the way, he let go 10. Wow. Brooks McMath, 63, 482 at 152. Final car and testing. Tony Hill, left-hand side. Then we're going to go into Q1 for our MagnaFuel Top Sportsman machines. Bit early, but gets off the loud pedal. 492 at 124. firing up, getting ready to pull through the water box. The fastest 16 will move on to the elite side. Tyler is going to be Mackenzie Alexander out of Mechanicsville, Virginia. Here on the right-hand side was our Pro Junior champion last season. Jumps into a upper 4-second door car here this season.
Big swing.
Yeah, for FMJ and Son Construction. She'll be on the right-hand side. And Brian Wise on the left out of Ashland, Virginia.
A couple of Virginia runners going to be our first pair out here in Top Sportsman. Mackenzie's watched her dad, Mike, drive this car for a lot of years. Now, got to be a pretty cool feeling to come out of a championship season in Pro Junior Dragster and now hop into her dad's old hot rod. The 67 model Camaro for Alexander Backhoe Service, and Brian Weiss, the Wise Guy Chevy 2. One of 2 Wise Guys in Top Sportsman this weekend, as Scott will be fielding the Corvette. Now we're officially open for business for the PDRA Summit Racing Equipment East Coast Nationals, presented by Fuel Tech. Top Sportsman qualifying coming at you now. Brian will be the quicker of the 2, 4:53 with an 8, as Mackenzie goes 5:06, 138 miles per hour, and we are off and running. Magna Fuel Top Sportsman qualifying here at the Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series, the second stop on tour here at Durana Motorsports Park in Benson, North Carolina.
Kip Kaufman next out on the left-hand side out of Columbia, South Carolina. The Punisher 1941 Willys for City Garage. Tommy Mooney Race Cars, Fulton Competition Engines, Cameron Stork Converters, and Hoosier Tires. And Mark Reese, past champion in the category, here on the right-hand side out of North Dinwiddie, Virginia. The House of Pain Performance, Par Racing Engines 08 Mustang.
Our Magna Fuel Top Sportsman category. I guess the 2 guys with the biggest target on their back are Brian LaFlamme and Donald Bean, because they won today.
Yeah, they earned that just a few hours ago.
Yeah. Nothing like getting to celebrate for, a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's time to clock back in.
Let's get her ready.
Kaufman and Reese are out and gone. Reese will be the quicker of the 2, 4:24, 166 miles per hour, and Kip Kaufman 4:47, 161 miles per hour for the Willys.
Quick, take a picture of that and send it to your buddy Mark. He's #1 in qualifying so far.
Hadn't said that in a while. Probably not since you're in 490 index.
Right. So our next pair backing up from their burnout, Scotty Wise. Tyler alluded to him earlier. On the left-hand side, out of Ashland, Virginia, the Wise Guys 63 split window. And Dave Muller here on the right-hand side for Muller Automotive, the 06 GTO and Gen Y hitch. Don't think that our buddy Mr. Reese going to be there for long once Scotty gets down the racetrack.
Physics and past performances tells me that if Scott Weiss goes A to B the way he wants to, Mark Reese's #1 qualifier effort is long gone.
It's going to be short-lived.
Yeah. About as quick as the run, actually.
Yeah.
Red lights don't matter. Scott will get to the finish line first in our first 3-second elapsed time of qualifying. 3:96.7. 185 miles per hour is Dave Muller. 4:23.
Dang. Mark back to third. One
Poor
pass.
guy.
It'll happen.
Expectations will get you every now and then.
Zach Hauser, Jason Mills going to be our next pair out. Mills on the right-hand side. The 02 Firebird for Mission Critical Power and JM Transit. Hauser left-hand side out of Lincoln, North Carolina. The Teddy Hauser race cars. 2000 Firebirds for Pro Charger and H&H Towing. Pair of Firebirds.
I always liked the Firebird body.
That is a good-looking hot rod.
Makes a swoopy-looking race car.
Yeah.
I think we might have some problems out of Zach Hauser's car. I'm not real sure what's going on there. Sounds like it came back to life.
Well, that's a good start.
That is. Ignition and running on 8 cylinders is key.
Well, if
4 doesn't work. Ask me how I know.
Probably just live that nightmare.
Teddy reaches up and shuts the passenger door. They're going to put the wheelie bar wrench on it real quick for Zach on the left-hand side. The maroon Firebird. It's Jason Mills in the blue Firebird. The right-hand side waits patiently with the top bulb lit.
Back out and gone. 392, 191, 460 for Jason Mills here on the right-hand side. So that'll put Zach Hauser in the #1 spot now. Jason Mills down in the #7 spot. Dale Conson, left-hand side. The Lifesaver 07 Cobalt for Burn Down Hot Sauce, Starcher Motorsports, and Holly Rock Customs. Johnny Moyers here on the right-hand side. The 95 Camaro out of Moyers Automotive for R&S Equipment. They don't matter here in qualifying. 446 for Dale Conson, 494 for Johnny Moyers here on the right-hand side. Conson moves to #5, Moyers #9. Jim Harrison on the right-hand side. Out of Holden Beach, North Carolina for Harrison Construction. 63 split window Corvette. J.W. Harrison Mechanical on board. Gary Grey Goose Pitts over on the left-hand side. The Clores Repair Ford Mustang for Wilkins Race Engines. Call that machine Big Mo. Gary goes through at a 4:34, 4:57.7 for Jim Harrison. Moved Pitts up to the number 5 qualified position. Check, check. Okay. Ray Holmes, left-hand side out of Marshall, Virginia. The Robinson Racing 07 GTO. And Robbie Stewart on the right-hand side out of Strasburg, Virginia, the 08 GTO.
Ray is going to go to the finish line first, 4:40. To put an elapsed time on the board for time. J.C. Garcia going to be the quicker of the two right there, 4:55, and Tom Mollick, 4:90. So we continue on with Magna Fuel. Hey, man, I was talking here. Loud burnouts and all. The blower car for Nick Maloney, driving for Tommy Brown and Brown Line Construction this weekend. The right-hand side of the racetrack, the 69 model Chevrolet Camaro for multi-time world champion Nick Maloney. Sits alongside Mark Payne. Mark Payne, the Little Debbie snack cake engineer. What kind of job would that be? Walk in the door and the first thing you smell is a big old pack of honey buns. Man. Life doesn't get much better, guys. Breakfast of champions in this camp, honey buns and a Celsius. Party on. Needless to say, Mark Payne's my buddy. I'm just kidding. But if, you know, he has any product that needs to be tested, make sure it's healthy for the consumers, I'm your guy. Nick Maloney and Mark Payne. Payne going to be first to the finish line. Maloney going to be quicker of the two. How about 3:99 for Nick Maloney? 184 miles per hour as Mark Payne goes 4:23 in Big Red. 170 miles per hour.
Aaron Glasser next out on the left-hand side out of Shepherdsville, Kentucky. The Derby City calibration 69 Firebird. I don't know if that was a 69 or not, but it is. Travis Butler on the right-hand side out of Pocosin, Virginia. 53 Corvette for Hampton Roads Landscaping, Atomizer Injectors, Peninsula Automotive.
Aaron Glasser and Travis Butler, your next two. Butler with a nasty backfire as it goes quiet off the starting line. Aaron will go to the finish line. 4:16.1, 171 miles per hour. Travis gets it refired. Never broke the stage beam, so he gets to make the lap. And there goes Travis, 4:37, 161 miles per hour, right in your living rooms. You didn't see the headlights, but you saw the tail lights. So it sounds like we're going to have one car for this one. Jeff Talvaccio will have a single as Norris Willis pulled out of the staging lanes and had a big mess.
Yeah.
Exit the race car for the second time today.
Not good.
So just not a good weekend for Norris, as Jeff Talvaccio, your defending world champion here in Magna Fuel Top Sportsman, will get a solo shot in the opening round of qualifying.
He must have found that bearing he was looking for.
Graham Hayes had one. Shout out Graham Hayes.
Yes, sir. It's awesome. I love it when racers help racers.
Racers helping racers. Gotta love it.
So Buddy's Concrete Service, Wilkins Racing Engines, and RJ Race Cars on this deep purple 69 Camaro for Jeff Talvaccio.
At this time, Greenbrier Excavating, ATI Performance Products, TBM Brakes, Top Dragster take you to the lanes. Top Dragster will take you to the lanes for Q1. Jeff Talvaccio drops the hammer in deep purple. 423, 168 miles per hour. So we'll be down for just a moment. Clean up the, what'd you call that? Pad. We're gonna call that the pad. It's the area leaving the ready line to the burnout box. We just defined something new at a racetrack. 47 other track managers are gonna text me right now and say, hey man, we already had that. Be down for just a moment. We're gonna take a pause for the calls here at Durana Motorsports Park. Give a little love to some of our marketing partners here over the PA system, and I'm sure FloRacing, they're gonna run a couple of ads and show you what you missed, maybe even show you a replay of the finals. Hey guys, queued you right up for that one. Hope you were ready. So we'll be back here in just a moment.
WS Construction, located in Providence, North Carolina, specializes in pre-engineered metal building erection. They have more than 25 years of experience and have experience with buildings up to, but not limited to, 1 million square feet. WS Construction.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
We drive tech. We drive the industry, going beyond the limits and advancing forward. A versatile all-in-one solution. We're here for you every every step of the way. And that's why you see fuel tech everywhere.
Turbocharged, supercharged, or nitrous fed. It's all good. The Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series is back at Virginia Motorsports Park, Dinwiddie, May 21st through 23rd. The PDRA Mid-Atlantic Showdown, presented by Classic Graphics. There's nothing like 200+ mile-an-hour bromods. Extreme chaos, right before your eyes. Get tickets now. See it, hear it, feel it. PDRA.
All right, got the mess cleaned up. Back at the head of staging. Got Ronnie Proctor here on the right-hand side out of Hedgesville, West Virginia. The Blue Bayou 09 Mustang for Larice Motorsports Insurance, a Bruzy Trans, Sonic Skiers, Hoosier Tire. The Pro Charge, Ronnie Proctor. On the left side, Ty.
Little Dave Wheaton.
Little fella.
Left-hand side, the 97 model Cutlass. You could stack 2 of those Cutlasses on top of each other and still wouldn't be as tall as Big Dave.
Nope.
But Ronnie Proctor coming off of a career best run last weekend. Let me tell you, you can't tell him nothing right now. Talked to Ronnie the other day, and he texted me last night, I think. And I really think I could have told him that the sky was blue and the paint on the starting line's yellow, and he'd go, nope, yep, maybe it is. I don't know. But you can tell him nothing. And he is shooting for another 3-second lap here, I'm sure of it. Ronnie Proctor and Dave Wheaton, 2 tough customers when it comes to top sportsman drag racing. Going to take their first qualifying shot at the racetrack here this weekend. Proctor going to be the quicker of the 2 and goes 415, 183 miles per hour. Big Dave goes 458 at 150 miles per hour. Wonder if Ronnie is going to try to play the game and run the backside of top sportsman in the regular side and stay out of elite. Well, after going 390s, you have to think that 415 is somewhere in that range of hoping that he doesn't end up in elite.
He sits number 4 currently, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Keith Floyd. Here on the right-hand side. Jamie.
Is that a Duster?
Yeah.
Heck yeah.
That's kind of cool.
That's cool.
Jamie Fowler, left-hand side out of Ridgeway, South Carolina. The PD Fleet 69 Camaro for LAT Racing Oils, Gopher Utilities, Yonts RV, CNC Chemicals, Fulton Power Plant, and Jerry Bickle built hot rods for Pimpin' and Limpin'.
Something different. Check that out.
That is cool, man.
We backed up a long way in the burnout, or after the burnout. Pimpin' and Limpin', left-hand side, your #1 qualifier at the first race of the year. So in qualifying, the name of the game is run the best lap you can make. Let's see if Jamie Fowler can do that here on Thursday evening under the bright lights here at Durant Motorsports Park. I really like it. Something different. Keith Floyd, Jamie Fowler. Fowler for PD Fleet. Floyd has issues. Jamie Fowler going to be the only one taken to the finish line under power, and it's going to be a 377 with a 2 elapsed time. 198 miles per hour will put Jamie Fowler on the top of the qualifying sheet, on the twop. That one was special. So Jamie Fowler is now the elapsed time to beat. If you want to go to the top of the leaderboard, there's one lighting it up in the water box now that will probably go after that number. Your Carolina Nationals Elite Top Sportsman winner, Brian LaFlame.
And defending world champion on the elite side of things here in the PDRA. Out of Mooresville, North Carolina. The big stuff, Total Power Management 67 Mustang for Maxima Oil, YO Motorsports, Metz Performance, and Noonan Race Engineering. He'll be on the left side of the track. And Brian Tiff here on the right-hand side out of Middleburg Heights, Ohio for Schween Motorsports, Fulton Power underneath the hood scoop for this 2018 Corvette.
LaFlamme took it all the way to the wall and lifted out of the pedal. Brian Tiff 382.8, Brian LaFlamme 396.9 at only 146 miles per hour, but Brian LaFlamme took the long way to go 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive to still go at 396. Scott Wise right in front of him went at 396 as well, but 40 miles an hour faster. That is insane.
We're going to watch it back at home. LaFlamme's car had the front end in the air just a little bit, and it started tracking to the left. And when it stepped way out of the groove, you could see the left rear slick going to shake, and it started to dart back across the racetrack. LaFlamme, the seasoned veteran he is, stepped out of the loud pedal and put a little bit of English in the steering wheel, kept it on all fours, and we'll come back to qualify in the morning. So Joe Robachek and Stacy Hall, your next two.
Stacy Hall here on the right-hand side. This 63 split window out of Chesney, South Carolina. Fulton Competition Race Engines. Tommy Mooney Race Cars. Low Hall Racing. Joe Robachek on the left-hand side out of Niceville, Florida. 68 Camaro with Sonny's Power Plant. Big Stuff, TPM, Azir Enterprises, and Premier Landscape on board. Both these drivers past world champions in Top Sportsman here in PDRA. Stacy Hall gets there first at a 4:17.5, 4:21.0 for Joe Robachek. Stacy goes number 9, Joe number 10. Bruce Thrift, Donald Bean going to be our next pair out. Bean on the right-hand side out of Sunset Beach, North Carolina for Riptide Builders, the 01 S10. And Bruce Thrift on the left-hand side out of Waycross, Georgia, the powered 06 GTO they call Color Me Gone. .381.1 for Bruce Thrift, 4:32 for Donald Bean. He was having to do some driving in that S10 that time. But Bruce Thrift going to go all the way up to the number 2 qualified position with that 381.1, 195. Here comes the threat to take over that number 1 spot. Left-hand side of the racetrack. Past world champion in the category of elite top sportsman, Glenn Butcher out of Doylestown, Ohio. The Doylestown Destroyer, 69 Camaro for Albert Race Engines, Hoosier Tires, Pack Trans, and Butcher Demolition. Trey Garrison will line up on the right-hand side out of Shell, Carolina, the Black Drama 70 Duster for All Ray Tire Centers, Dixon Napa Auto. Glenn Butcher challenge for the number 1 spot tonight.
Looks straight and true. Top end, 377.9 for Glenn Butcher. I do believe that is going to slide him into the number 2 spot. It does so by 0.7 of a second, but also Butcher was 001, leaving the starting line as Trey Garrison 431.
Top speed for Butcher right there, over 200 miles an hour. Dwayne Silence, Seth Garrison going to be our next pair out. Garrison on the right-hand side out of Morganton, North Carolina for All Rate Tire Centers, the 06 Stratus. Dwayne Silence, left-hand side, the Hog Farmer out of Jacksonville, North Carolina for Fulton Race Engines, Silence Service Center, and Cameron's Torque Converters. Silence was trying to be a world champion last season, fell just a little bit short.
What's wild about that is that Dwayne had catastrophic engine failure at Bristol. Didn't qualify.
Big.
And when he didn't qualify, I think if I remember right, if he would have qualified in Elite and not made first round, he would have won the championship. It was something like that was just like heartbreaker for a past world champion and a complete class veteran in top sportsman. And I can promise you in 2026, they're going out.
Oh, absolutely.
Garrison has to shut it down. Dwayne Silence will go to the finish line, 396, 188 miles per hour for the Hog Farm.
That'll move Dwayne into number 7. Everyone chasing Jamie Fowler with that 377.2. Ron Whitlock and Vernon Grizzle, our next pair. Ron on the left side out of Advance, North Carolina for Sunrise Tire, the 08 GXP. Vernon Grizzle here on the right-hand side. Georgia-based 67 Mustang for Lions Custom Motorsports and Grizzle Grading. Something going on inside Vernon's car. He's pretty frantic in the driver compartment. We'll see what's happening. So looks like Vernon's going to be done here at Q1. Ron Whitlock. On and off the gas, goes through at a 4:15.0, 173. With that not so good pass there for Whitlock, he's going to slide in at number 10. Right now the bump spot to get on the elite side, 4:23 with a 4. 36 cars have taken time so far here in Magna Fuel Top Sportsman. Mike Alexander Jr., left-hand side, the Grinch, 1963 split-window Corvette for Walk and Tall Garage, Alexander Backhoe, Par Racing Engines. And Tim Lawrence here on the right-hand side out of Princeton, West Virginia, the Phantom 2013 Camaro for Albert Race Engines, Professional High Wall Mining, and Commonwealth Mining. Two heavy hitters and past event winners on tour. Albert Power Plant on the right-hand side, Tim Lawrence. Car Power left side for Mike Alexander Jr. Mike Alexander, let's go 001, 417. Tim Lawrence goes a 396.4 and moves himself to the number 6 qualified spot. Jeff Melnick, left side of the racetrack out of Hubbard, Ohio, the 02 Avenger for Exotic Fab. And Scott Duggins here on the right-hand side out of Emmett, South Carolina, the Par Racing Engine, 63 split window. Duggins goes to 380 at 193 miles an hour, 413.7 for Jeff Melnick at 174. Scott Duggins goes to the number 3 spot, Melnick number 12. Now the bump spot. It's a 417.2 to get on the elite side of things. Top 11 machines all in the 3-second zone. Robbie Crenshaw appears to be the final car in category. 89 Cutlass out of North Chesterfield, Virginia for BuildRWC.com and Albert Racing Engines. Backs up from the burnout here on the right-hand side. Crenshaw, 15 letting go, goes a 430 with the 5 at 163 miles per hour. So Jamie Fowler going to end Q1 at the number 1 spot, 377. Butcher number 2, 377.9. Duggins number 3, 380. Bruce Thrift number 4, 381. And Tiff number 5, 382. And Zach Hauser is going to round out your top 6, 392. we're going to make the jump over to Top Dragster Q1. Our first pair. Zach Shirky, left side of the racetrack at Ridgely, Maryland. The Dockside Restaurant and Bar 2018 Race Tech for Cox's Automotive. Gall Racing Engines. And Ricky Molar here on the right-hand side out of Seville, Ohio for Jim Attachments, the 2016 American chassis for ARC Gases and Albert Racing Engines. Shirky, let's go. 009, 435. Molnar going to be the quicker of the two at a 425, 163. Tommy Muller, right side of the racetrack at Pennington, New Jersey. The 2011 Mullis chassis for ISC Racers tape. And Lucas Salemi on the left-hand side at Clarence Center, New York for G-Force Race Cars, the 07 S&W. Resolution Racing Services, CJW's his hot rod. To a 428, only 3 down differences in ETs. So they've got number 2 and 3 early on here. Bruce Westfall next out on the right side out of Granville, Ohio, the Rapid Transit 2025 Race Tech. And Richie Allen on the left-hand side out of Kilmarnock, Virginia, the 2023 Race Tech. To a 377 with the 7 at 194 miles an hour for Westfall. 441.5 for Richie Allen on the left-hand side.
You know, when we come back for qualifying tomorrow, Scotty, keep an eye on Bruce Westfall because he should go faster than that 377. I think he drove 750 feet to run an 8th mile.
You'll have that
Holy
sometimes.
moly. We drove her all over the road right there, but still went 377. That is now the time to beat.
Bobby V on the right-hand side. Southington, Connecticut, I guess. Midnight Sun Machine here on the right side for Tommy Tate and Troy Williams on the left-hand side out of Warrington, Virginia. The carbon copy 2015 Miller for Nesbitt Performance Engine, Hoosier Tire, House of Paint, Weaver's Transmission, Maxima Racing Oil, Team W Performance, Killer Ron's Fuel System, and Finish Line Race Fuels. Red doesn't matter here in qualifying. Goes through at a 4:31.7 at 160. Bobby V, 4:11 at 172. Brian Mullison, right side out of Stafford, Virginia, the race side, 2013 American for Beal Racing Engines. And Chad Traylor, left-hand side out of Providence Forge, Virginia for Mickey Thompson Tires, VP Race Fuels, Par Racing Engines, and House of Paint Performance. It's 2026 Maddox chassis. .436 for Chad Traylor, 4:38 for Brian Mullison. Go to number 8 and 9 on the list so far. Gabe Taylor, left side, Elizabethtown, North Carolina for TNT Tire Service, his 23 Maddox chassis. And Troy Cooper here on the right-hand side for CMR Crane and Rigging, Beal Racing Engine, his 2020 Race Tech. Troy Cooper, 4:27.9, 4:24 for Gabe Taylor. Cody Cooper, next out here on the right-hand side out of Spotsylvania, Virginia. The CMR Crane and Rigging 2017 Race Tech, and Clayton Roberts, defending world champion in the back half top dragster category out of Four Oaks, North Carolina. The side piece 2022 Race Tech for Southern Tide Homes, Robco Residential, and Nesbitt Performance Engines. Clayton goes through at a 4:22. Cody Cooper 4:52. Tisha Wilson and Jimmy Albertson are next pair out. Tisha left side out of Salisbury, North Carolina for Team Greenbrier. Jimmy Albertson here on the right-hand side out of Wallace, North Carolina. Go for Race Tech for Jimmy's Garage. is 4:22.2, 4:25.0 for Jimmy Albertson. Taylor Davis, Kevin Crawford, our next up. Kevin over here on the right-hand side for PD Fleet out of Jefferson, South Carolina, his 2021 American chassis. Taylor Davis, left-hand side, no blue. The 07 Max Sherrill for Buell Racing Engines and Davis Motorsports. .405.7 for Taylor Davis, and that's the quicker of the two. Kevin Crawford goes through it, a 4:36.9. Taylor Davis going to go all the way up to the number 2 qualifying position so far. Sammy Helms here on the right side of the racetrack at Locust, North Carolina for Midland Engine Machinist, 2012 Horton chassis, Maximo Racing Oils. Steve Boone left-hand side out of Ingleside, Maryland. The 2017 Racecraft for East Coast Chassis, Sunset Racecraft, and Rogers Automotive. .28.9 for Stephen Boone is the quicker of the two. 4:37.8 for Sammy Helms here on the right-hand side. Moves Stephen Boone up to the number 12 spot. Brian Anderson making all the noise here on the right-hand side of the racetrack out of Carson, Virginia, in his 2023 Race Tech. And Ashley Franklin over on the left-hand side out of Fredericksburg, Virginia, the Redline Oil 2014 American. Pat Musey horsepower between the frame rails. Franklin Electric, SmartCom Home Technologies, and Hoosier Racing Tires on board her machine. Anderson, 384 with a 1. Ashley goes a 420 with the 6. Brian Anderson to number 2. Ashley goes to number 5. Dave Petrovsky next out, left side of the racetrack. The Glick Fire Equipment, Racecrafters Machine Hot Rod. And Matt Parlett, the Computech machine, over here on the right-hand side out of Mechanicsville, Maryland for ATI Performance Products, VP Racing Fuels, and Wilson Race Engines. Arlette having some sort of issue. Only goes through at a 450, 427.2 for Petrovsky to the number 11 spot. Barry Brown, Kevin Root next out. Brown on the left-hand side out of Bluffville, Tennessee. His 2025 M&M chassis. Kevin Root, you're on the right side out of Mechanicsville, Maryland for Gibson Steel and Powder Coat, the 09 American chassis. American Elevator and Brady Mechanical on board. Kevin Root, how about letting go Trent Zep, 425.8. 008 for Barry Brown goes through at a 429.4. Kevin Root to the number 11 qualified spot. Matt Buck on the left-hand side out of West Palm Beach, Florida. Mickey Thompson, 2025 Miller chassis from Mazir Enterprises, Chassis Engineering, FTI, and HRE engines. And John Budakowski here on the right-hand side out of Washingtonville, New York, the 2013 M&M. Matt Buck, 438.6, 440 for John Budakowski. Randy Midget, next out left side out of Virginia Beach, Virginia. R&M Racing, 06 undercover for Nesbitt Performance Engines, Weaver's Trans, Slack Converters, Get 'em Carbs, Mickey Thompson Tires, and House of Paint Performance. And Tony Caricia on the right-hand side out of Asheville, North Carolina, the Next Gen's race car, 2025 model. .24.8, the quicker of the two for Tony. Randy goes through at a 429. What a difference. 424 puts you number 8, 429 puts you number 18. Caricia, you're on the right-hand side for Curtis. Next Gen race car, CNC Chemical. Lee Dixon on the left side in his 2022 Race Tech out of Chesterfield, Virginia.
Better of the two off the reaction time will be first to the finish line as well. 427.9 at 163 miles per hour to put Lee into the number 14 spot, and Charles Carici, 433 will put him in at number 22. Danielle Gonzalez, the Wallingford, Connecticut-based 2023 American Chassis Dragster for the Gonzalez Group. Will be on the left-hand side, sits beside Kenny Young. Petersburg, Virginia-based KMC Racing for Kenny and Margie. KM's race engines, Hughes converters, BTE transmissions, Battery Barn of Virginia. Kenny Young got a host of people that helped that team out. A good couple of people. If you've not met Kenny and Margie Young and you're at the racetrack, you need to put that on your bucket list to meet those two. Two great people that will do anything for anybody at the racetrack. Kenny's gonna roll his Race Tech Chassis Dragster up for his opening round of qualifying. Danielle will be trying to take her supercharged dragster onto the elite side. Expect a 380 something out of Miss Danielle on the left-hand side. Danielle out and gone, 379.5. Okay. She said take your 380 prediction and not so much. 379.5 will put Danielle at the number 2 spot provisionally, while Kenny Young goes 438, 161 miles per hour. So you continue to see the number on the scoreboard continually drop. Be the 16-car elite field bump spot that currently sits at a 427. By the time we get done with our 64-plus top dragsters here in Q1, I fully expect that to be much quicker than 427. Mark Payne and Lindsey Coleman, your next two. Coleman will be looking to take his American Chassis Dragster into the 3-second range. Mark Payne, the House of Payne Miller Chassis Dragster on the left-hand side. I'm going to guess somewhere around the mid to low 420 range for that new to him dragster this season for House of Payne. The LS platform, twin turbocharged for Payne. Same platform that's in the Cavalier now on a Miller Race Cars dragster. Lindsay will be first to the finish line. How about 382, 196 miles per hour, and Mark Payne takes the House of Payne to 430 at 165 miles per hour. Winner from the Carolina Nationals, JoJo Gary, left-hand side, will take his American Chassis Dragster for McCarty Auto Parts and put a time on the board for the first round of qualifying. And Dennis Reinhardt, right-hand side for Race Tech, Salisbury, North Carolina-based racer. They'll go roll cage to roll cage down the side of the racetrack. I was going to say door to door, but I'm like, these don't have doors. Try again. JoJo, quicker of the two, 436. Dennis will stop the clock at 440. Coughlin left side for C&T Karts. Race Tech Chassis Dragster dials in. He's predicting himself to go somewhere in the 430 range. Look at a dialing board, you guessed that. Dickie Smith, right-hand side, the Waldorf, Maryland 59-year-old mechanic for Smith and Corbin Racing, the Race Tech Chassis Dragster from Mazier Products, Paragon Cooling Suits, Hoosier Racing Tire, Computech, Total Power Batteries. Dickie has stepped up the power plant game here in 2026 with a centrifugal powered hot rod, looking to be somewhere in the 3-second range. We'll see Dickie roll the green colored dragster up to the green starting line here at Durana Motorsports Park. Dickie will be the quicker of the two. How about 384, 188 miles per hour for Dickie Smith, and that should put him on the elite side of the sheet. Will Coughlin, 439.9. 156 miles per hour. That 384 provisionally puts Dickie in at the number 5 qualifying spot here on Thursday evening. A couple of young ladies going to battle it out here in round number 1 of qualifying. Brooke Hall Gary, left-hand side, the Boiling Springs, South Carolina-based American chassis dragster for Fulton Racing Engines, and Kimberly Messer, Newton Grove, North Carolina-based Messer Construction Race Tech chassis. Kimberly is a past world champion in the top dragster category. Her dad, Ricky, turns on the nitrous bottle as they'll have a little extra go-go juice here in the opening round of qualifying. Brooke going to rely on her Fulton Racing Engines horsepower between the frame rails of the American chassis dragster on the left-hand side. Better of the two. Let's go 001. Kimberly 008. Both of them go 4:30s on the board. Kimberly quicker, 4:35.1. Miss Brooke, 4:37. Those two will put a time on the clock here in round number 1 of qualifying that should put them safely into the field. Stacy Hall, left-hand side, and Big Brown, Austin Brown, Red Rum Race Tech chassis dragster, right-hand side, with the Huffa on top of it for P&M Racing Engines, Scarlet Solutions, Mitzer Motorsports. Big Brown take the Race Tech chassis dragster down here in the opening round of qualifying. And Stacy Hall, the engine builder himself for Fulton Competition Racing Engines, American chassis dragster out of Chesney, South Carolina. Stacy, not a day older, 39. Got your back, bro. Continue on in our Greenbrier Excavating ATI Performance product. TBM Brakes Top Dragster class. Big Brown, let's go perfect. 4:39.1 his qualifying time, and Stacy Hall will go 4:37.0, but Austin Brown, let's go perfect here in the opening round of qualifying. If you're a racer, just like we all are, you looked around at that one when you see the slip and you go, dang, use that one up. But Austin will try to find a couple of more of those, as he'll have to fight through 6 rounds of elimination when Saturday comes around.
Nicole Zuccarelli here on the right-hand side, 2021 KKC chassis out of Columbia, South Carolina. Justin Kirk out of Kermit, West Virginia. The 304 Motorsports Park 2010 M&M chassis.
Justin Kirk and Nicole Zuccarelli. 4:26 for Justin Kirk, 4:31 for Nicole. I don't know a lot of things, but that's a turbocharged dragster doing a burnout. Not sure which one, but I am 100% factual that that was it. And it is your reigning world champion and elite top dragster, Mr. Alan O'Brien.
The right-hand side of the racetrack for Greenbrier Excavating, the 2023 Race Tech for Barry Allen Race Engines, Weaver Automotive, PTP Racing, and Mickey Thompson Tires. And Michael White over on the left-hand side out of Arden, North Carolina, the 2022 Race Tech.
The statement made in race control has to be shared on the microphone. You build a dragster so you can work on it. You look down at Alan O'Brien's car, and that's a lot of stuff. I don't think that's easy to work on. That's just all, that's 10 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bucket right there. But Alan O'Brien says it's cool and it's fast. Let me go to the top of the leaderboard, 376.2 at 199 miles per hour. Michael White goes 439 as Alan O'Brien says, hey, Mr. Bruce Westfall, excuse me, sir. I'm coming through, #1 qualifier provisionally for Mr. Greenbrier excavating himself, Alan O'Brien. Side for Hall River Flooring out of, hey, Hall River, North Carolina. Original. The Race Tech Chassis Dragster will sit on the left-hand side of the racetrack as Art Cioffi. 2009 American Chassis Dragster for the Micah Trade and Marketing Company. Huh. France Performance for the engine platform for Art. Nick and Art thought about it. Now they're gone. They thought about it way too much because neither one of them was great leaving the starting line. Nick will be quicker of the two, 4:30 with a 5. Art Cioffi, 4:35.
J.B. Donati here on the right-hand side out of Henrico, Virginia, the White Oak Turf Care 2012 Race Tech for Par Racing Engines, House of Pain, Kenny Young Transmissions, Dwayne Allen Race Engines. And Tim Williams out of Carson, Virginia, the Williams Fabrication 2019 Race Tech for Battery Barn, AED, House of Pain, and Gall Racing Engines. This one's seen each other a couple of times, maybe.
They battled it out a couple of times in the state of Virginia. A handful of times. I actually, don't quote me on this, might be wrong. I actually think J.B. Donati beat Tim Williams for a Super Pro Track Championship a couple years ago. Do they like each other? Probably.
Yeah.
Does Tim still lose sleep about it? Probably. Tim will be the best one leaving the starting line, 001, and the quicker one at the finish line, 4:19.8, as J.B. Donati goes 4:21.1.
Ava Maloney, Carson Brown, our next pair out. Brown here on the right-hand side out of Bluntville, Tennessee, the 24 M&M chassis. And Ava Maloney on the left-hand side out of Brentwood, New Hampshire for Pit Stop Auto and Truck. Nesbitt Performance Engines, the 2018 American chassis.
We're going to put out a public service announcement. We're going to have to say it 14 more times. But don't forget, the tower is on the right-hand side of the racetrack here at Durana Motorsports Park. 189 miles per hour. Public service announcement. Don't forget, all drivers out of the racetrack. Or if you are looking at your dial-in or your car number and it's not on the other side of the car, you're in trouble. Passenger side of the vehicle or the right side of your dragster or junior dragster, we need your car number and your dial-in legible, if at all possible. Very
Nick
true.
Maloney and Max Butcher. Butcher here on the right-hand side, the Dolestown Destroyer. For Oakley Motorsports, Abruzzi Trans, Butcher and Son Demolition. And Nick Maloney, left-hand side, out of Brentwood, New Hampshire, for Brown Line Construction, 2014 American chassis.
Nick Maloney, car is not happy. Goes 489.3, Maximus 442.6 for the demolition specialist. Man, that's got to be a fun job. I keep asking Glenn if he'll hire me for like a day. Put me on like a one-day contract just so I can just destroy stuff.
It'd be a good time.
He would probably be like, all right, that's enough. Like after like 15 minutes.
Quick check of the racing surface.
Another race control quote.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to say who said it, but someone said they don't want to go anywhere near Glenn Butcher with explosives. I kind of trust the guy. I'm all in.
That's a fair statement. I'm not going to lie.
I like a good show. Who doesn't like 4th of July fireworks? Imagine it 360 days a year. Okay. Put out over the live stream. To all the people at home that are watching on Amazon Prime and YouTube and have never watched PDRA, and it's just a great time. Get your FloRacing subscription and tune in for 2 more days.
Yeah.
We get funnier.
Yeah, you're pushing hard now, bud.
Hey, man, it's a sales pitch.
I got you. Sorry.
Yeah, the real comedic relief comes in the next 2 days. Tune back in to find out who that is.
Holland next up on the right-hand side in Lexington, South Carolina from 2017 Maddox chassis. And Will Kreisman on the left-hand side. See him at Dave's Auto Sales.
Holland and Will Kreisman. Kreisman out and gone, goes 380 forward, 190 miles per hour as Holland left the starting line, 001, and goes 438.8.
Taylor Holland next out left side out of Gilbert, South Carolina for Holland Automotive, the 23 Maddox chassis with the power plant between the frame rails, and Shannon Roberts here on the right-hand side. Out of Lawrence, South Carolina for Roberts Equipment and Repair, the 2010 Race Tech. Got the purge going on over here on the right-hand side for Shannon.
Those two are out and gone. Shannon better of the two off the starting line and quicker of the two to the finish line. 420, 167 miles per hour for Shannon. 441 and 155 for Taylor Holland. I believe that is Russ Whitlock, left-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand side, Chas Silence. Coming back into the fast dragster world. Chaz this season, the 38-year-old service center man, head dog, Dwayne's right-hand man. Never know.
Service center man.
Service center man.
All right.
Whoever input this stuff into the timing system just
that
put
guy.
service center.
Yeah.
See? It's not really like, is he the business owner? Is he the
Could be the
main
manager.
wrench? Does he clean the toilets? You never know.
It's hard to say.
Anyways, Russ Whitlock, Chaz Silence. These two are going to battle it out and try to go quicker in 4 seconds. Red lights don't matter in qualifying. Chaz quicker of the two, 3:78.9. Hello.
Wow.
Chaz Silence goes to the top of the sheet, almost. Goes up to number 3, and Russ Whitlock's 3:85 puts him in at the number 10 spot. The bump spot is getting quicker. While it's only still a 4:21, we are a couple of cars away from it going from 4:21 to 4:05 if you're not careful. And there's one of them on the starting line right now that's looking to do just that.
Yeah, Steve Herr here on the right-hand side at Harrisburg, North Carolina. The Red Rocket 2013 American chassis for Hoosier Racing Tire, BP Race Fuel, Mosier, House of Pain, and Parr Racing Engines. And Dawson Putman on the left-hand side out of Spartanburg, South Carolina, in his Parr-powered Maddox.
I wonder how many laps Steve Herr has made in Top Dragster competition. Probably go with D, all of the above.
Yeah.
That one stops the clocks at 383 at 192 miles per hour, and Dawson will go down at 433 at 158. Herr up to the number 7 qualifying spot. Your bump spot continues to fall, now down to a 420. That will be looking to move into the 3-second range. That's Josh Duggins, engine builder out of Parr Racing Engines, the 2014 Maddox chassis dragster. The right-hand lane, if you're watching at home on FloRacing, is the lane closest to you here on the camera, and TJ Harper left-hand side, the 2018 Racetech chassis dragster for Kenny's Auto Mart, Parr Racing Engines, House of Pain Performance. We're nearing completion here in the Greenbrier Excavating and Paving ATI Performance Products and TBM Brakes Top Dragster category. So it looks like this will be our final pair. Single in the water box and a single finish out a license. One of our new drivers here in the Redline Oil PDRA Drag Racing Series. Josh Duggins. Number to beat right now is 376.2. You want to go number 1. Duggins out and gone. 372.5, 200 miles per hour for the Parr Racing Engines dragster, and that will take Josh Duggins to the top of the leaderboard here in Top Dragster. 200 miles per hour, the only 200 miles per hour dragster here this evening. It's Mallory Logan. Come up now to make her first round of qualifying here at the East Coast Nationals. As we begin to wind down here on Thursday evening, I want to give a big shout out to the PDRA and Dorana Motorsports teams, staff, all of the racers, and everybody who has tuned in today. Had a couple of instances, a handful of downtime issues that put us behind schedule, and we are still nearing completion right past the 9 p.m. hour here on the East Coast. So if you have tuned in with us on FloRacing, first off, we want to say thank you. Looks like Mallory's car is not going to make the pull as something gave up the ghost. She will pull over on the right-hand side of the racetrack. Make sure she is not leaking anything out on the racing surface. But once again, if you have tuned in on FloRacing 24/7 and this is your first time paying attention to a Redline Oil Drag Racing Series event. First off, we want to say thank you. Thank you for taking your Thursday afternoon, tuning in to watch the completion of the PDRA Carolina Nationals and the beginning of the East Coast Nationals here at Durana Motorsports Park here in Benson, North Carolina. Second off, like we were saying just a second ago, to our drivers, teams, everybody that answered the call when it was time to come to the staging lanes, when it was time to get paired up and go down the racetrack as quick as you could. Had a number of downtime situations through the day that could have put us a lot later than now, but your cooperation has completed us for the posted schedule right past the 9 p.m. hour. So thank you all for your cooperation. Let's have a good 2 more days here in Benson, North Carolina. It's our first stop on tour is now complete. Put a bow on the Carolina Nationals event. And now our first round of qualifying is complete for top sportsman, nearly complete for top dragster. We will finish it up with one last single, and that will be our last car down the racetrack here on Thursday evening.
Final car of the evening, as Tyler alluded to. And we will put a bow here on Thursday. Russ Vernally backs up from the burnout here on the right-hand side out of Blythewood, South Carolina. Redline Oil Ironman chassis. .47 at 130 miles an hour, and that's going to wrap up the Thursday edition of the Redline Oil PDRA Racing Series. We appreciate you coming out here to the racetrack. If you're within driving distance, we highly recommend that you come out and check out the rest of the action here at Durana Motorsports Park this weekend in Benson, North Carolina. If not, tune in to FloRacing. Coverage starts tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If you did drive here and are headed to the house tonight, we ask you to please be careful in your travels. We look forward to seeing y'all here again tomorrow for tuning in and talking to you on FloRacing. Thanks for coming out.
Catch me